All right. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to our Town of Manlius Zoom board meeting. I'd like to get it started by the Pledge of Allegiance. All right. I pledge allegiance to
the flag
of the United
of the
States,
United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands,
one nation, under
under
God,
God,
indivisible,
indivisible,
with
with
liberty
liberty and justice for all.
Very good. I think you all have your introductory sheets in front of you. If you want to, the board, you would like to introduce yourselves, I'll start out. Ed Theobald, Town of Manlius Supervisor. And you're all muted, so Sarah.
Sarah Ballinger, Town Councilor.
John Deere, Town Councilor.
Elaine Denton, Town Councilor.
Karen Green, Deputy Supervisor.
Caitlin Creasel, Town Councilor.
Heather Waters, Town Councilor.
Very good, Heather. And I'd also like to introduce the other officials. We have Randy Capriati, Director of Code Enforcement. You can just wave or whatever there, Randy. Mike Kroll, Police Chief. Rob Cushing, Highway Superintendent. Tim Fruteschi, Town Attorney. Doug Miller, Town Engineer. Ann Oot, Town Manager. And Allison Weber, Town Clerk. There you go. Before we get, let's move on to the item 4, which is the approval of abstract number 9.
Mr. Supervisor, I'd like to make a motion to approve abstract number 9.
And I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. We have the minutes from April 8th and April 22nd, which we should individually list for a vote on them. So who would like to make the motion for April 8th?
Mr. Supervisor, I'd like to make a motion to approve the minutes for April 8th.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Shouldn't ask any discussion. I don't know if I think everyone was fine with them. We have April 22nd minutes.
Go ahead, Elaine.
I'd like to make a motion to accept the minutes for April 22nd.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. I'd like to do something a little different before we get into the public hearing on the stop signs. I wanted to give a little report on the COVID update. I was going to wait till the end, but people will be in bed by then, so I thought I'd do it now. We've had, as of today, we had 64 COVID cases and 49 recoveries. Now, since they've been tracking that, which was since April 28th, the town has had 14 new cases and 15 recoveries. So that's a positive curve, which I know everyone is talking about, the county executive and so on. I've also been in contact with our 3 mayors, which I think you all have received the information that all of the Memorial Day parades have been canceled this year.
Yeah.
And each of the villages will have their own special social distancing, sort of private service, laying the wreath and so on. And according to Mayor Worrell, he reached out to the mayors actually reached out to the county executive about 4th of July and the events going on there. And they had said that they did not approve those gatherings on the 4th of July. So that is also going to be canceled this year. What they are planning on doing is they're looking into a fall festival instead. So I thought that would be something that we'd all be interested in knowing about. County executive, I know that his goal is to reopen programs. He's hoping Friday. I guess the governor's numbers have to catch up to Central New York's, our numbers. and not definite. Ann and Allison have been working diligently on phasing in the town when that comes due, which will not be the first phase. But I thought, Ann, if you wanted to just make a comment as far as your thoughts on that, or Allison.
Sure. I just, in preparation for the reopening, we've begun the process of developing a systematic phased approach, utilizing the White House and CDC state and county guidelines for restarting. Allison and I have put together a phased schedule that takes into account the individual needs of each department and town hall as a whole, including the reintroduction of the public. We also have a COVID-19 response team. We will be meeting this Friday to discuss the reopening plan and go over our back to work checklist. That will also include, obviously the highway superintendent and the police chief, some members of town hall staff, the court clerks, because that will be a special consideration as we move forward. So we will share those details when we have the checklist finalized.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Ann. And some feedback there. Very good. Yeah, we've been way ahead of the curve on this, like we try to on everything. And I want to thank Ann and Allison for really putting that together along with the restart team too. So with that being said, we can move on to the continuation of the public hearing on the stop signs on Horus Run. If I'm not mistaken, Allison, I don't think we've had any other comments or replies from anyone who has concerns or objections or against. So
I have not received anything.
Okay. So at this time, unless the board has anything more that they would like to add, I'd like to make a motion to come out of the public hearing. If we could do that.
Mr. Supervisor, I'd like to make a motion to come out of the public hearing, please.
Okay. And do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, John. And I think we've discussed this enough. So all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And carried. All right. With that, I would like to, unless there's any more discussion, I'd like to have a vote on agreeing to the local law 2020 to stop sign Horus Run enacting it. So who would like?
Supervisor, I'd like to make a motion to enact local law 2020, whatever number it was, regarding stop signs for Horus Run.
It's so official, Sarah.
Second?
Second. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And carried. Okay, very good. Thank you, everyone. All right, now we'll move on to our public hearing. A little past 7:05, but there's 6:35. Oh boy, where am I? So we have, I know we have had with us tonight, we have Don Hoffler. Are you still here, Don?
Yes, I'm still here. Yes, I'm
You
here.
are. Okay, I see your name. And we have Andrew Day and Drazen Gasek. I know that it's been a while since we heard your presentation. And I guess we need to have, if there any other discussion on this, do you want to give a quick overview of what you talked about? Was that 2 months ago? I've lost track of the time.
Yeah, we would like to just touch base real quick on a update to the actual project since 2 months ago a lot has happened, at least in the logistics and field determinations. So if you wouldn't mind, I would just like to spend just a minute or two just giving a quick update of the changes that we're proposing, and then don't want to waste too much of your time. So my name is Drazen Gasek. I'm the Renewables Manager at LaBella Associates. With me, I have Andrew Day with Source Renewables, who was with you at the last meeting. Same thing with Don Hoffler, who's a project manager at LaBella Associates as well. So we're just here again to discuss the Taft Road solar site. It's changing to a 4.35 megawatt solar array. Prior to this change, we had a fixed tilt solar array system on the site, and we're currently proposing to change it to a single axis tracker. Reason being that we did our due diligence with the wetland delineations on site and the Army Corps JD coordination. There were wetlands that were discovered on site, and we're trying to protect them. So in order to make the site feasible, we've switched over to single axis trackers compared to a fixed tilt. We're looking to avoid all of the DEC wetlands, including the buffers that have been imposed on the site. Interestingly enough, with our JD review, the Army Corps took the New York State DEC took jurisdiction over a good amount of the wetlands in these areas. So we're just trying to, again, do due diligence and protect these areas. In order to make the project work, we're proposing to switch over to single axis trackers. The system would result in a 4.35 megawatt solar array, which would equivalent to 11,000 modules. The spacing of those would be, 7.5 feet intervals. So there's going to be a 7.5 foot spacing between single axis trackers, and the modules themselves are about 6.5 feet in width for the updates. Still looking to use security fencing all throughout. We're still being proactive by utilizing pervious access road throughout the sites in conformance to New York State DEC guidelines. On site, we're also looking to switch from, I believe it was 2 or 3 battery storages to a single battery storage location with this proposed change. So again, we're minimizing our footprint and our carbon footprint impact, but looking to increase production and still protect the area.
Excellent, Drazen. Is anyone else want to make a report on your team? If not, I'd like to ask the board if you had any, I know, like I said, I know it's been a while, but if you had any comments before we go into the public hearing. Does anyone have any comments to make?
Could you just explain what a single site tracker is?
Yep. So whereas before the solar panels would have been south facing on a 20% tilt, and they wouldn't be moving, the single axis tracker, instead of facing the south, would be aligned on a north-south axis, and the panels themselves would rotate or pivot along a single point facing east to west as the sun basically crosses the horizon. So in this scenario, the equipment is going to be following the sun.
So they move.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make it more maintenance?
It does produce maintenance of the material, but that is all going to be covered under the O&M product to upkeep the maintenance of it.
Thank you.
I guess my question for you is, thank you for bringing that up, Sarah, because I was pretending I knew what the axis tracker was. And but apparently then, so say the fixed solar array that you had, you said because of the delineation study by the engineers, you had to have the single axis track. I don't understand why you had to do one over the other. Is it? I mean,
so if you see the proposed or the drawing that we had issued, you will see on it the wetlands that were established because of the delineation. Prior to the original submission that we had, where we were still in coordination with a preliminary JD. The preliminary JD had a U.S. Army Corps delineation. Once we submitted that and we presented on that, we had an on-site meeting with the Army Corps and the DEC as part of the coordination effort, at which time the New York State DEC took jurisdiction over a significant amount of those wetlands. And with that jurisdictional acquiring, with the New York State DEC, New York State DEC imposes a 100-foot buffer on their wetlands, which is not typical for a federal wetland. the DEC would impose a 100-foot buffer on theirs. And along with that 100-foot buffer, they do not allow any construction of solar within that buffer. So our developable footprint went from what we had before to less. I want to say almost probably, and then you can correct me, I think it was maybe by a quarter, it was reduced on us. So as such, in order to make the project financially feasible, we had to switch to a more costly product, such as a tracker system, in order to make the financial model work. And that did allow us, utilizing that tracker system, to stay out of the wetlands, including the buffers, and still make the project work.
And I can expand upon what Drazen is saying as well. In the last couple months, we've been working with our engineers, and one of the reasons to switch to the trackers, obviously, we get more production from an individual solar panel versus fixed tilt because it follows the sun. Other than mentioned, but the other aspect that really we found to be beneficial with trackers in our, as we've progressed with our engineering is, especially in the manliest area where there's lake effect snow, having trackers allows us to reduce the annual soiling estimates from due to snow, because in a snow event, you can store the tracker at a 90-degree angle and it can shed snow and so forth. So it allows our future estimates of what the production is going to be to increase, because with fixed tilt, there could be snow accumulation or more snow accumulation with fixed tilt than we are finding with trackers. So it helps, although we're getting a few less panels on the project, the tracker helps increase the production. And therefore, as Drazen was mentioning, because we have a little bit tighter space to work with because of the DEC wetlands, we're able to increase the production on a per panel basis. And that's really the driving reason to switch from a fixed tilt, which is to the single axis tracker. And we've kind of found that to be effective, not only on this site, but other sites that we're working on across upstate New York as well. So just wanted to add that piece in as to the reason for the design change.
Okay.
On our side.
So Andrew, I have a question. So the reason then that wasn't initially proposed was because of cost?
Yeah, a fixed tilt generally it's there's obviously you're reducing a moving part, which is there's a small motor that moves the panels from east to west as the sun moves across the sky. And there's it's a little more costly up front and a little bit more operational cost, generally speaking. And, but you get more production as well. So there's a cost benefit analysis. And what really pushed us over the edge to make the decision to go to a tracker instead of fixed tilt is the snow calculation. Because at this site, with a fixed tilt system, we're looking at 10% loss due to soiling from snow, and with a tracker system, it goes down to 3%. So we're increasing our overall production by 15% on a apples to apples basis. But when you add in the increased production or the reduced losses because of snow soiling, it increases that projected production even more. So that's really the driving factor on that.
This is Caitlin Creasel. It's my understanding that that most solar panels, that certainly the ones that we're seeing when we drive around or that we might have experience with, those are always stagnant. Like those are used significantly more often than anyone with a tracker. And my understanding is that the ones with trackers don't actually increase the amount of solar energy that dramatically, and that they need to be maintained significantly more. They're likely to break, and the lifetime of that machinery, the mechanics of that, the life of it is so much shorter due to the fact that it's moving around. So it's just without seeing them really anywhere. And I think that people in that immediate area would prefer to not have them moving. Is it really, do you really think it's necessary to add that layer to it?
Yeah, well, the predominant trend now in the industry is to really move to the single axis trackers. Before it's almost exclusively when you get to the southern states, and now it's starting to really catch on as you get up to New York. So new systems are predominantly trackers in a lot of cases, and so for the reasons I mentioned, from an operation and maintenance and a warranty standpoint, we make sure that the equipment is warranted and maintained throughout the entire life of the system, and so there's reputable manufacturers standing behind their products, and we as a developer and investor in these projects make sure that that the O&M costs and upfront capital costs and so forth make sense. But especially as the experience in New York and knowledge base expands with increased solar installations, that's one of the things that we're finding is a use case for single axis trackers. And especially today.
Hi, I have a quick question for you then about sound. What sounds do they make when they move?
That's a good question that I would have to follow up on. I don't have an exact, and I couldn't give you an exact answer on that right now.
So the things we'd be looking for, sort of understanding what a single panel sounds like, and then multiplied what the collective sounds would be for the numbers of the panels that you have. And then if they're broken in any way and need to be repaired, would they make a creaking or high pitched noise or a stalling noise or whatever it is? Just thinking about, just trying to understand that and have a real grasp of it, even if there was a recording or an understanding, since we don't, or if there are moving trackers that we could somehow go and see and hear move, even just, or an example of video or something. We can do some research, but if you have that information, that would be really helpful.
Sure, we can provide something.
It's my understanding that they don't make a tremendous amount of noise. I don't think that would be the concern unless you suggested, unless there's a malfunction in some way, which we're hoping, and I'm sure the producers of the electricity would also hope that there's not a lot of those. So I don't think that would be as much the concern. So I think that we could certainly expect a response from you with more information, but that's my understanding.
I'd agree. Thank you.
Yeah, and we can gather, Caitlin, after we open up the public hearing too, we can get some more information from the neighbors, as well as some of the things you pointed out as far as whether they prefer fixed or axis trackers, so that would be something we can obviously keep it open for a while. I don't think we'll close it tonight. So,
right.
I just have a quick question.
Sure, go ahead, Elaine.
So for a special permit, if they get one, it's good for 7 years. That's correct, right? 7 years. So if they get a special permit, do they have that whole time to potentially build a solar array? I was doing some research and saw some past ones that we have approved, but they're still active. They're still active until 2024. So how does that work? And then also just a confirmation, our laws or codes suggest that these solar arrays be a mile apart. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So there was one approved on Taft. No, not Taft.
Green Lakes Road.
Collar.
Palmer Road.
Yes, thank you. And it's about one. I mean, it's 1.3, I believe, miles according to Google Maps. But as far as I understand, there's no solar array there right now.
No, they never produced that.
But
that's a good question, though, Elaine. Tim, can you do you know the answer to that, Tim?
Well, many times there's actually two of them have been approved in the town. One on Green Lakes Road also, and that one has not started construction. So the permit will last for 7 years from the date it's adopted. It's approved, I should say, by the board. If they don't build it within that 7-year period, then it expires. We could always put a sunset clause in the special permit or in the resolution that would say, if you don't begin construction or you don't pull a building permit within a year, then we could, then the special permission would lapse, if that's what you would like to do.
Okay. I was just wondering, because there's already one just a little bit ways, I was wondering, could they still build? And so potentially they could still build, which is
Yeah.
fine. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, good questions, Elaine. As far as I didn't know about the distance.
So I'd like to make a motion to waive the reading of the public notice.
Do I have a second?
Second,
All in favor?
aye.
Thank you, Allison. Approved. Okay.
So I'd like to make a motion to open the public hearing.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed and carried. All right, as usual, it's, I think, Allison, we have people that can connect to us somehow. If anyone does have any comments, obviously they can use I think there's a chat screen or not? Is there?
Yes,
There's
so
a Q&A.
we have 3 attendees actually in the webinar
Okay.
itself, and we are live streaming on Facebook. I have also sent a notice out to everyone within 1,000 feet, giving them instructions on how to contact the town. I gave my email address, gave my phone number, and I think that everybody's covered.
Good. So I open it up if any of the 3 observers have anything they'd like to
We're actually
communicate with us.
we're up to 4 observers.
Are we? Okay.
Yeah.
How come I don't see that on mine? Where do I see it?
If you go to the right where it says participants, do you
Yep.
see that? And then you'll see 23 panelists and you should see 4 attendees.
Oh, it's not broken down for me for some reason. I'll have to play with that. Okay. All right. 4 attendings. I have the total 27. So, okay. Very good. So if anyone has any comments, I have a question.
Comment on Facebook, Allison, if you want to read that.
Yeah. What on Facebook?
So I will just read one from Facebook. Deborah DeSocio says that sustainable energy is important to the future of the town of Manlius.
Okay. Anything regarding this? Any questions regarding the process of what they're doing here at all? Just supporting
Just in
them?
general, I think she's supportive of solar power. So.
Okay. All right. Good.
Looks like Allison's talking to someone on the phone. Maybe someone.
Yeah, that's.
It's not a it's someone trying to get into our meeting, so you guys can go on.
Okay. All right.
Not just you're talking on the phone.
I think while we're waiting, Tim, I think Allison mentioned that they were at the. It's been so long. I know they presented this to the planning board, correct? And but we haven't heard anything back from the county yet. I understand.
I don't think we have.
Right.
And we're going to, it's my understanding, we're going to keep this public hearing open because
Correct.
the policy has been to keep public hearings open while we're doing this virtual meeting
Yes.
for 2 sessions. So we will have heard from them by the time we get to the next meeting.
Okay. Good.
Just for clarification, we have not presented to the planning board. We were in the schedule to do it, but
Correct.
Oh,
That's
okay.
correct. Drazen, one other thing, this is Doug Miller, the engineer. Take a look at our design standards. I think there's an additional 25-foot buffer from wetlands that may have to be taken into account.
From the just regular, any wetlands such as Army Corps, or also in addition to the buffer?
In
the
addition
100-foot
to the
From
buffer,
any new DEC.
yeah, in addition to the DEC
Okay.
buffer, I believe. But you can call me offline and we can go over that. I think Don has my contact info.
Yeah.
Yep. Just before you get too far down the road with something.
So Tim, what we would eventually do then is refer this to the planning board if that is, once we close out the public hearing is our option, correct? And then they'll do that.
Yes, we have traditionally sent it to the planning board. We're hearing it now. We'll hold a public hearing.
Mhm.
The planning board met on Monday, and we'll be meeting in 2 more weeks. So we can ask their opinion of it in 2 weeks.
Okay.
So we'll be
Tim, the planning board meeting is actually not in 2 weeks because it's Memorial Day.
That's
It'll
right.
be 4 weeks, unfortunately.
Oh.
So are we able
Elaine had a question.
to,
Oh, I'm sorry. Caitlin, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Ed. So if we were like with the delay in the public hearing or the expanded time frame, should the planning board have met in 2 weeks, which we have not been informed that they will not be meeting, are we able to send it to the planning board simultaneously? Can both things happen at the same time? Public hearing open? Okay.
Mhm.
So
Right.
I'd like to add, I think it was Don, when do you present to the county planning board?
So the town planning board would forward it on to the county planning board as part of the application process. And then are you referring to the county IDA or just the county planning board?
The planning board.
Okay.
So we have already forwarded this to the Onondaga County Planning Board. I think their meeting is in 3 weeks, 2 weeks or 3 weeks. So we should hear back from them before we hold the public hearing, before we
That
continue
was
the
my
public.
point. I want to make clear to you guys that we won't close this public hearing until we get their recommendation from the county.
Right. Yep,
So if
that's
the
understood.
timing doesn't work, it will be another 2 weeks for you. But since our planning board is going to make you wait anyway, I don't think it'll make any difference.
Correct.
Right. Elaine, did you have something?
Oh, so I'm watching our Facebook and someone has a question.
Okay.
They asked how many solar panels are going to be installed? Is this a commercial application? And is it appropriate for a residential area? 3 questions.
That's a very good question. So with the tracker system, we're looking at 11,016 modules. So those are basically the panels that are going to be sitting on site. The application would be for community solar purposes. So as part of the program, it will allow local residents and businesses to share the benefits of solar power, even if they cannot or prefer not to install solar panels on their property, by allowing them to purchase power from the array at a discounted rate compared to the current electrical provider. So it's a community solar application.
Drazen, do you know what that discounted rate would be? Do you have any idea?
Andrew, is that something that you want to?
Yeah, the standard offer to residential customers is a 10% discount on their energy supply, electricity supply. And that shows up on their electricity bill as a credit on their national grid bill or so forth. And in order to participate, all they have to be is a national grid account customer.
Mhm.
Maybe I missed it. Elaine's question on they asked about or the person asked about residential. This is agricultural residential, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, this
That's
is
right.
restricted agricultural with a technical development overlay.
Right. Just want to make sure that they understood that. Any other?
It looks like we had another question on Facebook. I don't,
Okay.
it says,
Get on Facebook.
well, actually we've got several comments on Facebook, so that's pretty cool. What happens if somebody else within that 1 mile rule wants to put in a solar farm?
That the provision was put in because the town board was concerned with saturation. And there were actually 2 that were side by side across the street. So we would look at that and we would probably not allow it
And why wouldn't we allow it?
because the law says you can't have them within 100 or within 1 mile of each other, because the town board was concerned with saturation of these facilities in one neighborhood.
So if with my very limited knowledge of solar energy, it's likely the case that if a system of this size were to be put in, that there wouldn't be a lot of space left with wherever, like on those wires on that 3-phase power line to even accommodate it. But having said that, I'm not sure I agree with that law. So perhaps we can talk about that later.
I do have another question before you guys move on, so let me know when you're ready.
Go ahead, Allison.
So it's actually from our Q&A function from it within the webinar, and it's from William, and it said, I wanted to know if the contractor was going to use local labor. They filled out an application with, it looks like OCEDA, I hope I'm saying that correctly. And on page 16, they didn't answer yes or no.
So it's just a little hard to determine the labor that will be used pertaining to if it's going to be electrical or the civil portion. The preference is that local labor is going to be used because, again, keeping it local and keeping the price down, having somebody local. The reason it's slightly difficult to check that box, yes or no, is because consider this almost like a design build. Once you have the design, you'll have a contractor or construction manager that will have stipulations or their own contract crew that will be constructing this. So typically those are considered EPCs, and they will be constructing this for Source Renewables, and that team that gets put together typically, from my understanding, is local, but there could be certain specialized fields that might need to be brought in just because it's a unique expertise. I know that a lot of the civil portion, which would be the roads, the fencing, you know, in New York State, fence is usually going to be used for somebody that's a local outfit, local landscapers, because it's better to use the native species than anything being brought in. So local nurseries will be used, and the preference is local O&M is utilized because of response time. So local electricians would be used also.
That would be our preference also.
Do you have any idea about wages and working with unions and having prevailing wage be incorporated into the work that you'll be doing?
Andrew, I don't know if you have an answer to that. I honestly don't have the answer to that, but I can provide it. Usually once we design it, again, it would go to a construction outfit who would be handling the wage rates.
Yeah, it's pretty much their call, not ours on that. Yeah.
So I was assisting a resident with joining the call, and so I don't know if these have already been covered, but I see 3 new comments from Facebook. And I hope I get this name right, Stephen Winchelhouse, and I know you answered one already, but he says, are there other more appropriate areas in the town for placement? This is directly in front of my home on Townsend Road. Will it negatively impact the value of my home? And is the company a commercial company, or is it owned by local residents?
So Source Renewable is a local company. Andrew Day lives in New York, so his entity is local. I'm just looking quickly at my layout drawing and trying to find the residents that we're referring to. Did you mention that?
I
Was
believe that is actually one of the other proposals.
That's, yeah, the Townsend Road is the other presenter.
That's I think that's the North Eagle one.
Correct.
We have a couple community solar.
Yeah, we got 3 of them tonight. So
Talking about tonight.
Green Lakes and this one, and
So we'll ask that question when the other presenters.
yes, we'll save that question, right? Yeah, I'm thinking Townsend Road. I thought we only had one in the town, you know.
Okay, so then I did just get another comment from Renee Bennett. She said a better, more private spot could be ruled out if this gets approved. Many people are being contacted that have land on power lines. Some are much more private. But there was no question, so I just wanted to note that for the record.
Oh, okay.
So this comes up a lot, and just for everyone's benefit, I'll share this information. We certainly have a lot of green space in New York State, upstate New York. We've got plenty of farmland that or green land that isn't being used, and so there's an assumption that solar can go anywhere. Just if you find a field, you can put some solar panels in it, and it's actually very, very challenging to find a piece of property that is appropriate for solar, because you have the infrastructure that we're working with was built a really long time ago, and there has to be room on the lines, on the power lines, and it has to be 3-phase power. It has to be near a station, a substation. So there's all these different elements that come into play that that actually make it very, very challenging to find appropriate spots for solar. These gentlemen here have already indicated that they've encountered some issues with a wetland, like if it's too slope, if there's too much slope, what's underneath it, is there water? It all makes it really, really challenging. So as we move forward, some conversations could lend themselves to upgrading our infrastructure, which would make it easier to develop these large scale arrays. But it is actually a lot more difficult than it seems that it should be.
Yeah, and to Caitlin's point, that's very well said. By the time typically it gets to you, I mean, I myself, I'm a town engineer in Arundequoit, and by the time it gets to the town level for review, the developer for this kind of a scale project has pretty much invested a good portion of not only time but also money in it, doing preliminary studies, like Caitlin mentioned, during a Caesar study, just seeing if the capacity is there for interconnection. That is always, that study to be done by utility company has a substantial fee up front, and that's really a guessing game at that point if somebody else has just made the same application. So being able to be placed in a queue for what you're looking to develop is a risk that they take. But then even the site selection, having the right slope, not having prime agricultural fields that would potentially hinder any future development, dealing with any habitats, dealing with any wetlands, Army Corps jurisdictions. Those are all studies that take time and are a substantial investment. So at least from Andrew's and Source Renewables perspective, they're pretty committed and pretty invested, and I definitely have the town's best interest in this. And even going forward after this, there's always the pilot agreement that gets established. And again, there, like Caitlin said, there's a lot of studies that happen ahead of time before it even gets to this stage of them getting the approval to make sure that the site could potentially work from a connection perspective.
Drazen, quick question for you. Is that, you own this property here that the developer or the developer, who owns the property where you're working? I guess that's
We're buying the property. We have an option agreement with the current landowner to develop the property and then close once, permits and approvals are in place.
The reason I'm asking is there was one little comment on Facebook who would love to do the same work you're doing and bid on things. So I, I just thought I'd ask that question, and maybe that could help this individual know there's plenty of land in the town of Manlius. So they want to come out here and put some solar projects in.
Well, it looks like this gentleman wants to be a subcontractor of yours. He wants to help you build.
Yeah.
So see our Facebook page.
Feel free to reach out to Drazen.
Right.
Coordinate it.
There you go. Heather.
I'm sorry, Karen, you please go ahead. I can leave.
Thanks, Heather. Thank you. A quick question. I understand the longevity of these panels is about 20 years, correct? 20 to 30?
Yeah, so the panels themselves are warranted for output for 25 years, but the general studied and accepted lifespan is about 35 years of.
So then how do you recycle them or reuse them?
Yeah, there's companies that at the end of the period would, or that exist now that recycle pretty much the majority of the solar panel glass and the metal and the the electronics in it and so forth. So the solar panel gets recycled and reused, or remanufactured in a new solar panel, most likely.
And a lot of times the solar panels themselves, they might not be of a production use for somebody who is using them like Andrew is, but they a lot of times are also being donated or reused by local residents or even other entities that could benefit from solar. It's just that the production capacity of them are not at the level that what Andrew and Social Nobles would need, so they would want to switch them out to more efficient products as this industry is developing. But ultimately, if a panel is not performing as it should be, it gets recycled. So
I just wanted a quick clarification. Source Renewables works many different places and is officially based in Greenwich, right?
Yeah, our office is in Greenwich, Connecticut.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that because
I live in New York though, and so it's.
No, that's great. And it doesn't, that's not, I just wanted for clarification. I think it's good though for us, the whole town, we're all on a journey together we're on a solar journey together. So we're trying to understand how business-wise things work, as well as sort of technically how things work and the whole 9 yards. So it's really,
Sure.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
No, we're happy to.
More comments on Facebook.
Yes, so it looks like Mr. Winchellhouse has said this is the North Eagle project is in front of his house. I believe he's referring to the project that is later on the agenda, number 9. That it is he said this is a huge scale project. Aaron Kohler said that their average project site spans 20 to 40 acres. And Mary Jensen said she would like to know more about this solar project. I think it's smart to invest in renewable energy.
Okay. I want to ask a question that both Caitlin and Karen sort of tied in. And when they were talking about the lifespan of these solar panels, whereas the fixed lasts longer, according to Caitlin, than the single axis tracker, more maintenance. How much of a difference are we talking in years?
Well, the single axis tracker, versus fixed, they have there's no difference in the lifespan of the solar array. It's just that we would maintain and upkeep the tracker, on that schedule. And so there's nothing, the tracker array would, have the same longevity as a fixed tilt system. And we just, in our budgeting and in our operational plan, account for a little bit more money just to make sure that, if we need to send a local electrician out to fix a motor or whatever maintenance issue might arise down the road, that's there. And so that's all accounted for up front.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted clarification on that because it was brought up earlier. Anything else, Allison, that you have out there? Or let's see. I don't see any.
I do not see anything. Nothing in our question and answer, and nothing on the Facebook page. But this public hearing will be held open. So please have anybody call me or email me with any comments that they may have, and I will bring them up next time.
Excellent. Very good.
Thank you, Allison.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, LaBella and team.
thank you.
Very
Thank
good.
you very much.
All right. Put all my notes together here. All right. So we move on to.
Did you adjourn the public hearing?
Should we adjourn it?
Aren't we leaving it open? We're just
We're going to leave it open. So I don't.
leaving it open, right?
Yeah.
Are you going to make a motion to do anything like that? Or
Yeah, let's do that.
I'll make a motion to continue the public hearing to May 27th.
I will second that motion.
Okay, and that's good discussion there. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Carried. So we'll move that to keep it open through for the May 27th. Okay, excellent. Thank you. Item 8, this is another public hearing. Forgot about that. To consider matter proposal local law to amend sections of local law 2016-8 regarding solar photovoltaic. How did I do with that? System.
Not great. Not great.
Got the photo part right.
It was a great effort though.
How do you say it?
Photovoltaic.
Okay, I got it.
Photovoltaic.
Voltaic.
Yeah, you were
Okay,
close.
I got it.
It was
okay. I get it.
fine.
All right, very good. So we have the presenters here for that.
That's a local law.
That's a local law, right?
That's-
So this
this
is
is-
amending one
yours,
chapter
Caitlin.
of the local law.
Caitlin, I
Counselor
think this is
Creasel's
your
edition.
baby, all right?
Yeah,
So-
this is mine.
Yeah.
We, like, it's, I'm even having to kind of like re-up because it has been so long, but we had discussed this,
Yes,
God, so long ago now. And it feels like forever, and it's been quite a while.
Yeah.
And the discussion at the time was the need to amend our local law to do two things. One, adopt the unified solar permit, and we did have a couple people come in and testify to why that was necessary, including a local solar installer, and that it's easier, simpler, cheaper, more streamlined, and actually helps us to better check the systems, because it asks very specific questions about the solar arrays, about how many kilowatt hours of electricity they'll generate, what types of technology is being used, what inverter are they using. Like it really gets to the details of it, which is helpful for us to actually verify that these systems are safe and to up to the code that we're working to enforce. So that would be adopting the unified solar permit, which would be a change to the law. And the subsequent change would be to remove the requirement for fencing around a ground mounted system. So you'll
I
recall we
remember that.
discussed
Mhm.
animals getting in and chewing
Yeah.
on wires and all sorts of stuff. So we did discuss this quite a while ago,
Mhm.
and had a lot of information.
Yeah,
So
there weren't a lot of issues, I don't think, with this, Caitlin, if I recall. It was just some, Randy, right? Is there anything there that was a major changes? Some that just made common sense, I think, here mostly, right?
And
Yeah,
Randy
moving
and I
on.
did have a conversation with Tim and with Chris Carrick at the planning board to just make sure that all his questions were answered, since he's much more of an expert than I am with our code and what things we need to be addressing on our end. And so Randy and I and Tim all left that conversation feeling very comfortable. And so what we had made a motion that we would schedule a public hearing at the following board meeting. Tim, was that accurate?
Is
And
that
then that day never came because
Yeah.
everything happened and unfolded as it did. So now we are here
Okay.
to open a public hearing. So I would like to make a motion. Wait, let me get my agenda up.
Well,
so I
let's,
can-
we
Oh,
wanna
may I
leave
just,
the-
may I just jump in and
Oh,
say
yeah,
one
go
thing?
ahead.
do.
Yeah.
There's, it
Yeah,
looks
let's have
great.
conversation here first before we do.
Okay. Sorry.
No, that's what I want, Heather. I want.
Oh, conversation.
the
It's just a
board
quick
to
thing.
speak
We just
first.
we have copy editing on the law. Voltaic is spelled Voliac in a number of places. So that just needs to be updated. It's just a find and seek replacement.
So
thing.
that must be why you pronounced it wrong.
Thank you. I'll take that as an excuse. How's that?
Yeah,
It's
Soder.
further down in the document, but it
I
does.
didn't even catch that, Heather. Good catch.
I'll find it, Heather, and I'll correct it.
Great, thanks.
Yeah, and I do ask if any of the other board members, like as Caitlin said, it's been so long, and then when you mentioned the fence, it all came back to me, you know. So, but if any of you have any comments, we can certainly move on, and we can waive the reading of the public notice unless you have something else you'd like to add. Anyone? Okay, so I need a motion to waive the reading of the public notice.
I will make a motion to waive the reading of the public notice.
I'll second.
There it is.
Thank
All
you.
in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed and carried. All right, now we need a motion to open the public hearing.
I would like to make a motion to open the public hearing to amend our local law for solar photos. Now I'm going to say it wrong. I just see, wait, I clicked on this. Hold on. Hold that thought. That's not the right thing. See, this is why I missed. No, it's opening. Okay, no. Local law 2020-nothing.
Right, because we're going to make it what it is.
We're going to make it. All right. So I'd like to make a motion to open the public hearing to amend our solar law. How's that? Is that good? Sufficient? May I have a second? Elaine.
I'll
Elaine
second.
second, I think, yes.
Wait.
Okay, all in favor
Aye.
So messy.
and carried. And again, we'll continue the discussion as we have, if anyone's out there for this one, I'd have to let's get on my.
I just want to, I'll jump in and to
Go
say
ahead.
that I think this is a great example of how we can streamline our processes to make it easier for sort of the, the legal side of things and the applicant side of things, and wherever we can be sort of clear and clarify, make things transparent, we should. So this was great. And I really wanted to thank Councilor Crusoe for bringing it forward. And also to Mr. Capriati working so closely, with us on this, because we really are going to rely on that understanding about code going forward.
Very good. Does anyone see, I don't see anything on Facebook yet. Does anyone?
I haven't seen anything on Facebook. I'm looking at.
I mean, we could keep this one open unless we feel comfortable that we can.
I think.
What do you think?
So I think we've been keeping them all
Keep
open.
it open. I thought we were
open.
good to go
Yeah.
2
So why don't we?
Just because of the circumstances.
Yeah.
And
Then we'll make.
Yeah, I think we're going to leave all the public hearings open until our next board meeting with
Yeah.
comments.
Okay. So want to make that motion?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to continue having this public hearing until our next board meeting on the 27th.
Okay.
Second.
Thank you, Karen.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Very good. Moving right along. All right, here we go. Next, I went one page too soon. Okay, on number 9, we have the solar array. Now, this is the one on North Eagle Village. We have with us tonight Jody Hunt from Tetra Tech and Teddy Epstein from Falk Renewables. We have asked, this is just a presentation. This isn't a public hearing. And we've asked, okay, there's Teddy. Okay, Teddy. And as well as, who did I just say? Jody. Jody here?
I'm here as well. Can you hear me?
Yep,
Yes.
we can hear you. Good. Oh, there you
Jody,
are.
hi.
Hi there.
Right up. That's good. So I've asked, I know we've talked about trying to keep this within a 5 to 10 minute presentation. And of course, then we'll start asking questions, so it might go longer. So go ahead. Who wants to start?
Sure. I'll do a share screen, and actually we went out of order just for the purposes of getting through this in your time frame. We're going to do Green Lakes Solar
Okay,
first,
you can
and
do
then
that one
North
first?
Eagle.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to give this a shot. Let me know if the screen share works. Are we seeing the slideshow?
Yes, we are. Well,
All right.
we have the
All right,
first screen. Yeah.
Okay, I can't see what you guys are seeing. It's weird, but as long as you can see the cover page for the Green Lake Solar Farm.
Yep.
All right, Teddy, I'm going to pass the first few bits over to you.
Sure, thank you. If you could hit that button, I think it would make full screen for us.
Yeah.
Which button? I'm so sorry.
The present button up in the top, it's the little thing with the arrow for play. It's on your actual PowerPoint presentation.
I don't think
Not
I
on Zoom.
got that.
Well,
Better?
never mind. There we go. Now it's
Better? Just took a second.
Thank you so much.
You found it.
So I wanted to thank, first of all, everyone for taking the time. This is a very time for everyone, and this is our first video public hearing. So for so progressive and holding meeting and figuring out the technology, it's really great. Appreciate it. My name is Eddie Epstein. I'm the development director at Falk Renewables North America. We develop, engineer, build, and we own and operate solar farms. So I want to make very clear, we're in this for the life cycle of the project. We have our own cash capital. We put that capital into these projects to own them long term. We have 30 community projects that are in development in New York, and really happy to have 2 of those in your town. The reason being, again, because the infrastructure is there, the capacity is available, and the space is available. So to echo of before, we own 112 megawatts. That's about, if you were just to put acreage on that, about 525 acres of solar, both in Massachusetts and North Carolina. So that's where we have current operating projects. Jody, if you can go to the next slide, please.
Sure.
And we are New York based. We're in Irvington, New York, is where our U.S. headquarters is. That's where the Falk Renewables headquarters, and we do have a global presence. So our parent company is actually parent companies. One is Falk Renewables North America, and the other one ENI, which is one of the gas and oil super majors. Not mean that these projects have anything to do with gas and oil. They invested, we created a joint venture so that and transform the world into solar together. So it's actually a really big, and I'm excited for Manlius to be a part of it. Hopefully, moving forward.
Okay, Teddy, I'm gonna take over from here.
Thank you.
Sure. So my name is Jody Hunt, and I am with Tetra Tech, based in Rochester, New York. Born and raised in Syracuse, New York. So this is not my first time before the town of Manlius. We've worked together before on this project. It probably looks a bit familiar to you, as a portion of it has a current approval. We've already talked a little bit, or you have already talked a little bit this evening about how sites are selected. But really, we have a 3-phase process, and it takes into account community character and zoning, and how visible is it going to be, and then all of the environmental constraints. So we do go through all of the wetland delineations and checking for endangered or protected species, and we contact SHPO and make sure that there aren't any cultural resources on site. This site is clear for all of those things. So we move on to step 2 after we do the environmental constraints. We start looking for the topographic issues. Is it a flat site? Is it a place where we can put panels that doesn't need a whole lot of clearing or grading? We also do a glare analyses and a line of sight. We consult with state and federal agencies just to make sure that the project is being put in a location that is suitable for that use. And stop me if I'm going too fast. I'm trying not to take up too much time on any of these. And then our third step, we look at the pros and cons of placing solar panels in various places. And it does come down a lot to landowner preference. Can we meet zoning setback requirements? Are there environmental constraints? Can the grid support the project? And how visible is it going to be? So the proposed Green Lake Solar Farm, it's located on Green Lakes Road. It is part of Chuck Hafner's Christmas tree farm. The whole property there is just under 150 acres. Our proposed facility would be approximately 23 acres. This is zoned residential agricultural, and like was mentioned earlier this evening, it's a community solar farm. So the electricity produced here would be available to the local residents with a discount on their bill. There is an existing special use permit on the pink section. There's a pink outline here that was issued in August 2017. That portion of this property has a seeker negative declaration. And conversely to what we're proposing now, back then this was a distributed generation solar farm, which means it was not going to be for the use of the community. It was going to have an off-taker who I believe was Anheuser-Busch back then. That's no longer the case. So this is, I guess, the sort of a blurry version on the PowerPoint slide of our site plan. Very simply, this is a permeable access road. It's a gravel road that would meet DOT and county and town standards. It is a gravel, typical, almost like a residential driveway. It has solar panels. These are fixed tilt. These do not move. And I don't believe that Falk has any intention to change that. There's enough space here, and we are far enough outside of any zoning constraints or wetland constraints that shouldn't be necessary, and it's not part of our plans right now. One of the other things I want to mention about this plan is that we are planning to use string inverters versus a central inverter. And I have a picture of that later on in the presentation, so you know what I mean. But what that does is it puts the inverter up on the back of the panels rather than having it be on a cement pad on the ground. So it takes up less ground space and it requires far less cement being placed in the dirt. So the proposed equipment for this site, just quickly again, the solar panels, racking system. So again, pile driven, fixed tilt panels. There's not going to be any cement or concrete or anything holding these in. They are pile driven or screwed in. So I left the central inverter in there. I apologize. These are not central inverters. This is going to be a string inverter system that changes the DC energy to AC energy so that it can go into the existing energy grid. There will be a security fence as required for this size project and a gravel access road. One of the things that I like to talk about, and that comes up as a concern for these sites is it going to cause flooding and soil erosion? And the proven answer is no. No, it doesn't, for a couple of reasons. First of all, we are required by New York State to have a stormwater pollution prevention plan, and a draft of that plan was submitted with our application. The requirement is that stormwater runoff cannot exceed what it already is on that site. We either have to have it be the same as it is now after the project is up and running, or it has to be a better situation. So that SWIP, we call it, takes into account rainfall events of up to 100-year rainfalls. The other thing is that in a lot of situations, the use of local plants help to condition the soil better than what is currently there to accept water more readily. So right now there's some rocky soil, and Mr. Hafner is using it as a Christmas tree farm. So it's not the same as a typical row crop situation, but definitely having a full year-round vegetative cover helps to stabilize the soil on this site. Part of our analysis, and I know that there was a comment made earlier about view shed and line of sight and being able to see projects. Part of what we do and part of what's required by the town is that we do a partial view shed analysis. We take it a step further. So we do a view shed analysis, which is what you're seeing on the screen. And that plugs into a software program, data about the site, and it shoots out where the site might be visible in the surrounding areas. What it doesn't take into account is topography, trees, homes, existing structures. It is as if the ground is completely flat and bare and empty, and the solar project is just plopped down on it. So we go a step further and we do a line of sight analysis that actually uses existing topo survey data, what homes are there, what vegetation exists, because there are natural buffers here. There is topography. There are things that block the view of this project. And it's important for us to have a good handle on that. We also do a glare analysis. I sent today the FAA clearance letters for both this Green Lake site and the North Eagle site. There are no flight path conflicts at all with Syracuse International Airport. We use this glare analysis to determine if there is going to be any sort of glare effect on pedestrians, homeowners, anybody that might be driving by or sitting in their homes, and how much that glare is going to be over the course of a day or year. This project has a very minimal glare potential at just one location for about 20 minutes a day in the early morning hours. And again, that doesn't take into account current screening or buffering or landscaping. This is, again, a pretty bare earth analysis. Okay, and then, you know, just some pros of solar projects, and I won't take too long here, but definitely clean renewable energy is something we need to move towards. The panels are low profile here. They're pile driven so that there's no cement. They're completely removable. The access road, everything is completely removable. And again, you know, here utilizing local labor for construction as much as possible and for operations as much as possible is obviously the goal for numerous reasons that have been mentioned this evening. Just a couple of quick pictures of some existing projects that are similar in size to the one that we are proposing. That's all this is for is, you know, this is a little bit bigger, but this is essentially what they look like from the air. And I will fly through these pretty quick. This is really just to let you see what these look like. And again, these are fixed tilt, so they don't move. These are the string inverters. So again, string inverters are a little bit bigger than a shoebox, and they mount right up on the back of the panel. And they all connect to one smaller equipment pad. So you don't have to have a big central inverter equipment pad with this. One of the things that I think is really, really good about solar is what we call agricultural land banking. And it's something that Chuck Hafner is happy about too. Really, these projects preserve agricultural properties for the future when the project is no longer useful anymore and it is pulled out and recycled and done away with. The farmland now has been sitting fallow with a year-round cover on it for 20 to 30 years. That's good for the soil. It's valuable to have that farmland sit and rest for 30 years. And in the meantime, there's no damage done by the project and it's preserved. They're quiet. There's really no traffic impacts. And it does give the landowner a diversified revenue stream so that they can continue to farm other parcels that they may own. So that was the super quick for Green Lake Solar. Does anybody have any questions before I move on?
Yeah, I do. Actually, Tim and Doug, I just wanted to ask you because as you mentioned, Jody, this had been brought to our board in 2017. Karen, you should remember this, right? And it took a while, and I think we did send it to the planning board, and they did issue a special use permit. Is that correct, Tim? And then they were right. No one ever did anything. I think it just sort of stopped.
The town board issued a special permit after a recommendation from the planning board.
Okay.
Correct.
And I saw the differences though between the project that that was a permit for distributed generation, and this would be a community
Right.
solar project, and it encompasses it, I think. So how does that work with I guess, how does it work with the existing permit we've given? Is that one of your questions?
Yes, really, that's the direction I was
Yeah,
going.
it looks like Jody's changed the size a little bit, and we've worked with Jody in the past. And Tetra Tech did a really good job last time they were in with some with some really good detailed information that we've shared with other solar providers to try to mimic what Jody and her team did. So I would anticipate that this would really just be an amendment, quote unquote, Tim. I'm just kind of talking the vernacular.
Yes.
Just an amendment to what Jody already did. And I think a lot of that stuff is already in place, Jody. You know, a lot of the things we looked at, you know, the flight patterns, the glare analysis and all that stuff. I think it would just have to be tweaked a little bit.
Okay, yeah, when Teddy and I were out this winter, I forget when it was, we weren't really sure what the path was going to be to get this permitted and built. So yeah, we're looking to you guys for some guidance and to tell us what you need so that we can build this.
And if you recall, Jody, there was some input that we received from the residents, right? So we would probably want to go through that same process again, and you know, just get everybody's input.
There was a lot of input. I mean,
Go
ahead, Karen.
The sign, the light, visibility, Doug, if I remember correctly.
Yep.
Yeah,
Right.
there was some concerns about that.
Yeah, there were some view issues from the residents. I remember that are
up on the hill. Yeah.
North, let me see, southwest of the property that they said they could see it from there. Now I drove up there, you know, and I think they're pretty much pine trees up there, but I don't know if how you said you did a site view testing and all that. I mean, I don't know.
There was some pretty detailed information that you put together, Jody, with right, some computer generated information and very technical. So yeah.
Thank you, Doug. Yeah, I was going to say that we did include the view shed analysis. Again, when you're looking at that, it's bare earth. It does not include any of the existing trees or structures or topography. The line of sight, it's a little cartoonish, but it is good data. It does show what a person would actually see from different viewpoints.
So Tim, could you address the process a little bit? Is if they already have a permit, but they're changing it, do we need another, does it need to go back to planning board? Does it need another public hearing? Like, what would be the process?
Yeah, I think that based on this, it looks like they're going to be adding maybe a third more, Jody. So
yeah, about a third. It's not a huge addition. Yeah, and there's no additional environmental.
It's significant enough that we would have to go through a similar process than what we've done already. We would want to get the planning boards, unless this board doesn't feel it needs it, but we would want to get the planning board's recommendation. But the special permit itself has already been issued. We would just amend it to include this additional area.
I also think, Sarah, that, you know, based on, and Jody, Tim, you can add to this. I mean, based on the permit that's in place, I think we would want to get input from the public again.
So would that be at the planning board or would that be at our board? After?
No, we would hold a public hearing.
Okay, all right. Before we send it to the planning board or after?
No, after.
After, okay. Just getting the direction here for everyone. Okay.
All right. So if that is the case, then I still want to hear about the other project, but if we're going to do them one at a time, for this project, we could make a motion tonight to pass it to the planning board
for a recommendation.
Yeah.
And that would give time for any historical data that needed to be pulled together, could be pulled together. So, because it turns out, as you heard earlier, they're not going to meet for a month. So you've got plenty of time to. And then should we also then set a public hearing for the meeting after that?
The only problem with that, Sarah, is we don't know whether the planning board is going to make the recommendation that night. They might they might have questions. So
Okay, so I will then I'll make a motion just to refer this site plan for the Green Lakes Community Solar to the planning board.
Second.
All right. Any other discussion?
Can I just ask a quick procedural question?
The planning board will make the recommendation that night. They might have questions. So
okay, who had the
Okay, so I will just, then I'll make a motion just to refer this site plan for the Green Lakes Community Solar to the planning board.
I'll second.
Okay, and someone said they had a couple of comments. Who, did someone have a comment? Jody, was that you?
I have just a question, I guess procedural. So because there is an existing permit for this site, how does that, and maybe you've already answered that, but is there a way that we can not, I mean, can you just do a review on the new section, or do we have to take this as a brand new project and go through the public hearings and everything on the full site? And if that is the case, I mean, I have all of the documentation, and I'm sure Allison, you do too, from 2-3 years ago. Would it help if I can provide that to the planning board to make their review go a little bit quicker?
Yes, I think that would certainly help the planning board. The practical answer to your question is, while we have already looked at 2/3 of this site, there's still another third that we're looking at that we've never looked at before, and we have to see how that meshes with the old project.
Okay.
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 Now, I just had a quick question. We have several questions about solar and developing these large scale projects on the Facebook page. These comments are coming in, but so we don't have this. This isn't a public hearing right now.
Right, Caitlin. So that would come up later on when we do get into the public hearing. Then that's when their input would be, of course, required.
So, but is there a way to double check with this individual that his questions are relating to, is he asking about the earlier public hearing and he's just typing later, or is he referring to this now? And at what point would we publicly address his comments? Because
if it was the first public hearing, that would be, we would address that again at our next board meeting. Any questions that come out now that we've moved that on, I would suggest.
Would it be appropriate for me to mention to him that I'd be happy to speak with him and answer his questions?
Sure.
At another time? All right, I'll respond to him then, just so he had several questions. I'd be happy to talk to him about it, just to help bring him up to speed.
Not a problem. Okay.
Great.
All right, so we have first, Elaine, you're raising your hand.
Yeah, I just had a question for process. So we're sending it to the planning board for a recommendation, and then it'll come back to the town board for a public hearing. If they do get their permit, does it go back to the planning board for site approval?
That's how we've been doing it. Yes. Okay. It'll ultimately go back to the planning board for site plan approval. Okay. They're going to get a special permit first, and then the planning board will be familiar with it because they've seen the site plan to make a recommendation to the town board. So hopefully the process will go a little quicker on the second time with the site plan.
Okay. All right, are we good? All right, I think we've had the motions, and all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed and carried. Very good. All right, now which one do you want to present next?
North Eagle Village.
We have North Eagle and let's see, we just did Green Lakes. Oh, that's all, North Eagle. Okay, Green Lakes, we did that. Very good. Go ahead.
Am I up? Is it my turn to go?
You're good, Jody.
Okay. So this is the North Eagle Solar Farm. We'll skip most of the introductory stuff for this one and just give you the details. This one is located along North Eagle Village Road. The property total acreage is just under 45 acres, and the solar facility is approximately 21.3 acres, and again, zoned restricted agricultural. This is the site plan. Again, simple non-tracking, so stationary racking systems, solar panels, access road, and again, the string inverters here to avoid as much cement on the ground as possible. This site is, it's very well screened, and I want to mention that. I heard a couple of comments earlier in the evening. The screening on this site is almost the whole way around, except for along the North Eagle Village Road. Again, we did a glare analysis. We have FAA clearance on these sites, which was sent via email this morning. There was a little bit more of the minimal glare that popped up in our glare analysis. And you have the full glare analyses for both properties, but essentially what they say is that there is going to be some minimal glare along certain points of North Eagle Village Road, parts of Townsend Road. And we did look at glare from numerous points along Townsend Road. I know that there are residents there. And those are late evening hours, I think between 5 and 7 o'clock, all less than 40 minutes per day. And again, this is not glare that is going to leave an after image. This is just the kind of glare that you would get off of, I don't know, a window of a house. This is not something that's going to blind you or even be that noticeable. And you know, I do want to reiterate that the software that we use for this does not account for any of the ambient conditions or screening. So any of the proposed or any of the existing vegetative cover that is already there surrounding this site, and it is fairly thick, this glare analysis does not consider that. Same thing again with the view shed analysis. One was done here. And then we also took it a step further and did the line of sight analysis. Again, the line of sight analysis helps us to look at what this is actually going to look at from different viewpoints, taking into account the topography, existing landscaping, and existing structures. And you have all of that data. Feel free to ask me questions. It's a lot of data and it's very wordy sometimes to look at, but if you have questions, please get a hold of me and let me know. Short and sweet on that one, just the details.
How does this compare with the one you just presented as far as acreage? I missed that.
Sorry, I'll go back.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, this is approximately the same size. This is also a 5 megawatt community solar project, just over 20 acres.
Okay, and that's on farmland there. I'm familiar with that area.
Yep, yep.
Now, the one fellow says in his backyard, he's on Townsend. How close is it to the road, I guess is my question. It looks like it.
It's fairly far from the road. I can get you an exact measurement. I think at a minimum, we are 200 feet from the property boundary. So pretty far, almost double that. I mean, I'm just doing a quick eyeball measurement, but I'm going to say almost 500 feet to the center line of Townsend Road.
Okay.
And that's very heavily vegetated along that section.
Right. Very familiar with Townsend Road.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jody, I agree with you about the vegetation, but the homes on Townsend Road are up the hill, and it can look over the trees. So I'm wondering on your vision analysis, did you go up the hill and aim down from there?
Let me open that view shed analysis up and see. I believe that we did. And I mean, to be transparent, you will be able to see some of this project from some points. And if you are looking, I mean, these projects take up 20 acres. The panels are they're black in appearance. They have anti-glare, so they are, they blend, but they are not invisible. They will be visible if one is looking for them. This site is particularly well camouflaged.
This is also for residential use?
This is for community solar. Yes, this
Yeah,
is a
I meant
community.
community, yeah.
Yes, sir. This is a community project.
So Jody, it wouldn't have an impact on the FM school district, or there's the church on as well. So this would be strictly residential?
Anybody that is connected to National Grid can participate. Is that what you're asking? Who can?
Right,
get
because
the
it
benefit?
says, it says in the application that it's residential. Residential
I'm not sure.
participant.
No, I mean, Teddy, correct me if I'm wrong here, but there's, I mean, the church can enter into an agreement.
Yeah, if the church wants to be a customer of the solar facility, that's fine.
Yeah, it says
we're
approximately
600
600 households.
We just use that to sort of give people an idea of how much electricity they generate. So, I mean, that it's just a comparison for
So
comparison
the
sakes.
school, okay, but it does say residential.
So to answer, I think if you're asking if can we sign the school district up to get a discount on its electricity, under New York state law, we're allowed to sign up, we'll call them large customers, up to 40% of the system, and then 60% can be residential. So we can absolutely accommodate the school district and give them a discount on electricity if that's something that they're interested in.
And the church.
Yes, the church as
They
well.
were interested.
Yes.
And then, of course, there's Falcon View, all the homes, to the east there, or to the west.
As long as we're inside of the regulations for community solar in the state of New York, we're happy for any and all to participate. So I hope that, it's a bit of a blanket answer, but we're happy to supply the town and anyone else with electricity.
Thank you.
Karen, there are community solar projects that are popping up now, like ready to go, that are interconnected, panels are up. And we've had a lot of constituents and a lot of people in our community that have been getting advertisements to participate in community solar projects. So, and some of these projects are located quite a distance from the town of Manlius. They just have to be, as Mr. Epstein said, within the National Grid territory. So you could be offsetting your usage from a solar array located hours and hours away from Manlius. Right now, if you wanted to, you could go do that. So these arrays will be available to people in our community, but also to people really, really far away.
Good. Heather, did you?
Heather.
Yeah.
So the view on Google Maps to look at the houses that are on Townsend across from the space and further up the hill, that would maybe, based on, Jody could tell me the line of sight view, we could see parts of the array. I was wondering if we do in the future, when we do a notice to folks for a public hearing, will they automatically, and this is a question for Allison, will those folks get a notice automatically, or do you think canvassing might be required to go? Because I think they're beyond 1,000. I think there are people who would be able to see the panels pretty well that are beyond 1,000 feet.
Mm-hmm.
So the standard procedure that I've been doing in the virtual meeting process is that I go to the Department of Assessment, we drop a pin in the property, and then we do draw that 1,000-foot radius that generates a list. And then I send them a letter letting them know that a public hearing has been scheduled, the different ways that they can communicate and participate. Anything, I only do 1,000 feet. If you want anything further, you just have to let me know, and and I can amend the process.
We were talking about public hearings and notice in that way. And Sarah, you had a good point where you said if we sort of started with one measure, like 1,000 feet, and then changed it for certain projects, there could be a question about equity and like, and fairness, or not equity, but fairness. So this is something for the board to think about in terms of how we, especially during this time, how we go the extra mile in a time when not everybody reads a physical paper and reads the notices right in the back. How are we doing our, going beyond compliance to reach out to the community about this?
Allison, do we measure from the property, the line of, the outside line, 1,000 feet north, south, east, west? Is that way? Not from the center of it, obviously. We do it right from like the closest to Townsend, closest to North Eagle and Salt Springs too.
We use GIS, so it measures from the boundary of the property.
Boundary of the property, 1,000 feet. And you said it was 500 feet on Townsend to the center of the road. So another 500 feet should hit many of the neighbors across the street, I would think. But that's something we can certainly, pursue if we need to go another 500 feet. I don't think that would hurt.
I think because the houses are a little bit further away here, there's only 5 houses. I don't think it's unreasonable for us to assume that everybody on Townsend Road should receive a
Yeah,
post.
yeah.
But I think we do need to be careful how we phrase that. So Allison, we can work together to make a language for that.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Jody, both of these properties you would be leasing, correct?
That's an answer for, that's a question for me. Thank you. Thank you, Karen. So we have an option to lease both of these properties for 35 years. And to go back to some of the questions that folks asked before, we have schedule maintenance built in to these projects. We have estimates on when we think we should replace the panels, when we should replace the inverters. And this is based on our company's experience owning and operating solar farms for the last 15, 20 years. They started in Europe, so they're well ahead of the United States when it comes to renewable energy. So we have a ton of experience, not just our own here in the States, but also using the parent company's data. So we have a very stringent and full operations and maintenance and replacement plan in place.
Teddy, I'm just curious. I know you're an international company.
Sure.
So how do you decide, and how did you find, or maybe the landowners found you, the parcels in upstate New York when you have the whole world at your fingertips?
Well, I'm actually, I live in New York City, and the company is out of Westchester. And it's our, yes, I saw it. I know we got hit kind of hard with the both places I live and work. I hit really hard with the coronavirus. But to answer your question, Karen, there are hosting capacity maps that the joint utilities have to publish based on the state law now. So all the utilities, National Grid, RG&E, Con Edison, from Manlius all the way down to Manhattan, or Staten Island's even further south, I suppose. They produce these hosting capacity maps, which shows us could be a developer who sells. In our case, it's a developer, owner, operator, where there is capacity to put solar in. And so we're told by the utility where we're allowed to go. And it just so happens that there is good capacity in the town of Manlius, on the DeWitt substation specifically. So we were able to find 2 projects that connect via 2 different feeders or circuits or 3 lines, whatever you want to call them, all interchangeable phrases, that go into the same substation, which has capacity for us to connect economically so that our project model works. And furthermore, I just do want to say that we've made our 25% down payment on the interconnection. So not only have we hired Tetra Tech to be our engineering consultant and do the great job they do, we've also paid the utility, and we now have the right to interconnect with the utility. There's no questions asked. We've paid couple, hundreds of thousands of dollars to them actually to be able to have the right to interconnect these two projects.
Interesting. So both of these projects would be constructed simultaneously then?
As long as you allow us,
Yeah.
we would be happy to do that. Yes.
Yeah, and I guess that brings us to the conversation of where to go from here. I don't see a lot of difference. between
Randy has a
the-
question.
Oh, sorry. Randy.
Supervisor.
Yeah, where is he? Okay, Randy, go ahead. Yeah, I'm sorry. Unmute.
There's a field across the street from the blue house up on the hill that has a well right in the middle of the field. Is it the field behind that, or are you going to incorporate that field into the panel field?
Oh,
Okay.
no,
Randy,
It's
say
actually-
that again. I've got my map
Yeah,
out
well,
here.
I don't believe that that's in the middle of the field, but it is, if you look, there's like that side yard, the well's in there. Thank you for explaining that, Randy. I couldn't figure out why that was there.
Yeah, it's across the street. It's on the west side of Townsend.
okay,
an
so it's
open
on Mr. Shapiro's land near his home.
Yeah, if you got onto the Townsend, and as you're going, you get past the first bend there, that
Yep.
first field on your left-hand side.
Yeah, I
if
can
you
see
look
it on the
out
map.
there- If you look out there, you'll see a big well right in the middle of the field. It's a big black pipe sticking up. It's a well, like someone drilled there. I don't know if it's active or not, but I happened to see that there and make a joke about it, that there's a well in the middle of the field, and there's no house around it. I don't know if it's the field that's open on your plan, or is it part of your panel?
I'll let Jody, based on your description, I think we're not using that portion of the land, but I'm gonna let Jody give her expert opinion.
No, that is correct. And we've had a lot of boots on the ground out here. Definitely practicing social distancing, but I mean, we've had a lot of people walking around on this site. That well, I believe, is on the other side of the trees and closer to Mr. Shapiro's property, to his home and barns and things. We did look through all of the oil and gas and water well databases available to us on the DEC website. It is not a registered active well. But if you need us to dig into it, I mean, I guess no pun intended, we can try to figure it out.
I can check it tomorrow. That's fine.
Okay.
All right, yes.
I
Heather.
see someone, one of our attendees. Caitlin, was this what you were referring to? William, who's our attendee. I don't know if he's put anything into the Q&A that Allison can see, but I know it's not an open time for questions as a public hearing, but we just want to make sure we acknowledge that we saw that.
Sure. Yeah, that's fine. I haven't seen that. I got it from Facebook here. Yeah, we
Point,
can.
in order to move this along, we would want, what I'm hearing from Mr. Epstein is you'd like to have these scheduled together. So you'd like to send both to the planning board, then both back to here, then both back to the planning board, and then go to construction. And that would be our cycle. Is that my understanding correct?
That's what it sounds like. All right, Tim?
Yeah, that's how it would work.
All right. So are there any more questions now? Otherwise, I'll make a motion.
Yeah,
Do you think, Sarah, do you think 2 applications to the planning board is a bit too much if they have to work on Zoom still? And I mean, we had so many documents for tonight's meeting that we went through. So I'm just concerned if you want to give them due diligence. Pardon?
Since it's the same applicant, it seems to me it would make sense to do them together.
Okay.
I had the opportunity to tune into the planning board meeting via Zoom on Monday of this week, and they were chugging right along, and I think Allison's done a great job of streamlining the process and making sure everyone has what they need. So they were able to have a really great discussion, and I was able to watch, which as a single mother of 2 kids, it's difficult for me sometimes to go to these meetings. So it was nice to be able to see what they were talking about, and helpful for our future discussions on those very proposals. So I like the Zoom thing. It's working out for me very well.
And I would say that once this comes back to us, based on some of the Facebook comments, we'll have a pretty lively public hearing too, I think. So Sarah, did you want to make a motion to?
I'll make a motion to refer this project to the planning board.
And I'll second it.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Okay, very good. A little more than 10 minutes, but there was a lot. There was a lot. It's very good. Very good information.
Thank you.
So it's called the Solar Night is what we're calling tonight's board meeting. So,
A very
Thank
complete
you.
application. Whoever put that together did a very nice job.
yes, excellent, excellent.
Thank you.
Especially the site view, that the study they did. I think that's really important for going forward with this. So, all right. Okay, we'll move on to item 11. We're more than halfway down. So this is Central New York Regional Planning and Development Board intermunicipal agreement for the Solar Rise CNY initiative. I believe we all have had a chance. Well, I'm still studying this. You know, there's a lot here, but I think that we need to listen to what the this would be. Is this under the Solar Rise? It's not the stretch, right? Is this part of the? No.
The stretch will be a subsequent.
That's at the end. Okay, so I guess I don't have. I have this information somewhere. Who's making the presentation on this? You, Caitlin?
I'm introducing Chris Carrick from the Central New York Regional Planning and Development Board, and
Oh, here's Chris. Okay. Yep.
he just popped up, so he'll kick off the presentation, and then we can discuss it.
Very good. All right. There's Chris. All right. I don't know how long you're going to take, Chris. There's a lot of stuff here, but we are here to listen. So go for it.
Well, thank you very much. I guess I have the dubious distinction of being, what is this, the third presenter on solar this evening? We're all getting a crash course in solar tonight. If it's okay with everyone, what I thought I would do would be to start with the presentation on the project itself. So you should have the slide deck that was prepared by Abundant Solar. This is shown in your agenda as Abundant Solar Manlius Landfill Proposal, PDF. And Allison, will you have control of the presentation?
You can. Nope, you can do it.
Okay. That presumes I know how to share my screen. Let's
Do
see
you
if I
need
can-
me to do it?
I think I can probably do it here.
Okay.
Are you seeing the presentation now, or are you seeing?
Yes, we are.
I'm not. It's gone.
Oh, okay. I
I'm
have it.
seeing it on the with his sharing the screen. Do you see it, Karen?
Yep, no, I got it.
Okay, good. We're good.
Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. So I'm going to breeze over some of the material in this presentation, considering you've heard a lot about solar, and I don't want to repeat myself unnecessarily. But again, the concept here is to construct a community solar array on the town's closed landfill on Bowman Road. And as was stated previously, you know, Manlius is becoming, you know, it has become very attractive to community solar developers because of the infrastructure, the utility infrastructure that you have. And so that will draw interest, of course. But this particular project is part of a portfolio of projects that our office has developed over the last several years now in cooperation with Abundant Solar. And in distinction to some of the other developers you've
dealt with or other developers that are active in the region, the intent of our portfolio was really to focus on underutilized properties, particularly landfills and brownfields. As a public planning agency, of course, we're very concerned about preserving agricultural land and view sheds, and that's why we've targeted our efforts in this particular direction. So as I scroll down, are you able to see the next slide here?
Yep.
Well, okay, great. So just a bit about Abundant Solar Energy. They are based in Toronto. They have an office in Rochester. They have about 25 employees. So they're not one of the largest solar developers out there, certainly. But they've been operating in Canada for the past 15 years or so, and operating over the last several years in the United States. And they do all of the development work in-house. They do work with local engineers on the civil and electrical side, but they have full in-house engineering and construction capabilities. And their intent is to be a full-service turnkey provider in the sense that they will be the construction manager as well as the designer of this system. So I'll skip down. Right now in the United States, their efforts are focused on community solar, and that is the growing part of the solar market in New York State. And they've developed a number of projects in Rochester, which I'll talk about in a minute. We're working with them on a portfolio of about 75 megawatts, focused right now on the first 35 or 40 megawatts projects that are most shovel ready. And the reason we're focusing on those projects is because of the step down in the federal tax credit. At the end of this calendar year, pending any action by the Treasury Department, that federal tax credit will go from 26% to 22%. And that's a key part of the financing arrangements for these types of projects. So we would certainly love to include the town of Manlius in that first tranche of projects that we're focused on. And this just shows some of the projects at a high level that Abundant Solar has been engaged in with us across central New York. They do have 4 active community solar projects that are in service, more towards the Rochester area. And again, a number of other projects throughout upstate New York that they're developing outside of our portfolio. So just to explain a little bit about how we came to work with Abundant, the planning board received funding from NYSERDA and from the U.S. Department of Energy to help municipalities develop their solar resources on their own facilities or on their own property. Again, with a focus on landfills and brownfield sites. So we put out a request for participation to all municipalities in our 5 counties, 150 cities, towns, and villages. We received interest from about 50 of them. We whittled that list down by doing some due diligence to the most shovel-ready sites. And we put those in a request for proposal that we issued on behalf of those municipalities. The municipalities signed the intermunicipal agreement, which you have seen in your packet, in order to authorize the planning board to do this. As a public agency, we do have the power and authority to act on behalf of our municipalities in our region. We worked with Barclay Damon to make sure that the RFP conformed with all state procurement laws under general municipal law. And through that process, working with a selection committee of municipal representatives, we did select Abundant Solar as the preferred developer. I'm not going to go over this. You've heard a lot about community solar this evening. As I mentioned, it is the growing, fastest growing segment of the market. And there's good reasons for that. Many people in any given community can't install solar on their own property for whatever reason. And so community solar really opens up the market to anybody that pays a utility bill. This just shows a little bit of information about Abundant Solar's 4 active projects, again, in the Rochester area. You've already seen quite a bit about what these panels will look like and what these arrays will look like. I will say that, again, we're working on a number of landfill projects or projects on closed municipal landfills. These will be ballasted systems. They will either be tubs that are poured in place or concrete blocks that are laying on top. And the purpose of this particular form of construction is to make sure we're not penetrating the landfill cap in any way. Of course, the array will be designed to work around any existing gas vents as well. But I should say that this is well understood and from an engineering point of view, how to construct these types of arrays. There are special design considerations, of course. The cap is the preeminent consideration, making sure we're not violating the Part 360 closure plan in any way, making sure that the stormwater issues are attended to, that the SWIP will be prepared according to DEC guidelines and so forth. When it comes to developing on these types of properties, it can be more expensive to do. But again, as a public planning agency, we believe there are lots of good reasons to focus on these areas. NYSERDA, in recognition that there is good public policy reasons to do this, does provide an enhanced incentive to developers to construct projects on these types of properties. In addition, the DEC, as of January 2019, has declared that solar development on these types of landfills will be considered a type 2 action, as long as they meet certain guidelines in terms of area of disturbed land, which this project would do. And so we have already provided you with the EAF form so that you can get a sense of what's involved. It's important to note that before the lease would be executed with Abundant Solar, that municipal law requires that seeker be performed. So ideally, the town board would declare itself lead agency and shepherd that through the process. So this is the site plan. This is the result of a desktop review. So it's important to note that we have not put eyes on site yet. But we wanted to have this initial conversation with you before we took that step. You can see that there is an area indicated in lighter blue color here on the western part of the array, which would need on-site confirmation of its suitability for solar, given both topography and proximity to wetlands. But what we've scoped out at this point through our preliminary analysis is a 4 megawatt AC array. And the lease document, which has been provided to the town board and to Mr. Ferteshi, has a schedule in it, which I'll show you in just a moment, for an annual lease payment to be paid to the town, $4,000 per megawatt with a 2% annual escalator. In addition to that, there would be a pilot payment made through the Onondaga County Industrial Development Authority, or OSIDA. We have worked with OSIDA on the Skaneateles Town landfill project, worked with their staff on developing an appropriate scale of pilot payment. What we've recommended to them, and they have accepted, is $3,500 per megawatt, which of course will be divided according to the formula that OSIDA uses amongst the authorities having jurisdiction. Typically, towns receive about 40% of the pilot payment that is made to the Industrial Development Agency. Again, there will be a 2% annual escalator on those pilot payments. And then, because this is community solar, as has been discussed earlier this evening, we would be selling power to subscribers throughout the area at a 10% discount. And the estimated annual savings in year one would be over $70,000, with nearly 3.5 million in estimated annual savings over the 25-year period, which is the term of the lease. So moving on to the lease payment schedule. Again, this is in the lease document, but you can see that over 25 years with the 2% annual escalator, the total amount of lease payments to the town would be over $500,000. And then I know that everyone is curious about the timeline and the steps in the process. As I indicated earlier, the very first step before execution of the lease would be going through seeker. So that, of course, would take some time. I think realistically, we'd have to adjust the specific dates in this timeline, but this hopefully gives you a sense of the total number of months that would potentially be involved before we could activate the system. So once we obtain site control, or abundant, I should say, obtain site control by execution of the lease, they would then be authorized to file the interconnection study request with National Grid. That's the Caesar report that you see listed there. National Grid has a set amount of time in order to provide that information, allowed by the Public Service Commission, and they typically do work to that schedule. So you see an estimated time of November 1st in order to get that report. This is really the key step in the process, as has been said earlier this evening. You don't know if you have a real project unless you can get through that screening. We have reason to be optimistic, given that this project would also be connecting to the DeWitt substation, which is very large and has capacity. But you never know the condition of the feeder lines that travel to the substation until you go through this process. But having site control, having the executed lease is a requirement to enter that study process with the utility. It's also a required step to file the application with National Grid, or with NYSERDA, I should say, to receive their incentive. So once we get through that step, I should also say the lease document also has provisions for both parties to step away without penalty should that utility study prove that the project is not feasible from an economic point of view. So once that hurdle is passed, there'll be the permitting process, securing the pilot agreement with OSIDA, and so forth. I think it's reasonable to say that we could begin the construction process by spring, certainly, of next year. It may be possible to secure our place in line with the IRS in order to secure that 26% tax credit under the IRS safe harbor provisions. And I think that's certainly what we would be aiming for if possible. So with that, I'll stop on the presentation around the proposed project and see if anyone has any questions regarding that.
So, hello, Chris, this is Sarah. One thing that I'd like to ask that you sort of put on your calendar, should we move forward with this, is one of those line of sight studies for the houses on Clark Hill, which overlook the landfill. I'm pretty sure that's what the development is called. And I think that just getting a sense of that, so we would have some facts to look at with what the impact of this facility might be for those neighbors?
We can certainly do that. Are you folks able to see my Google map at this point?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, so I think folks are probably generally familiar with the site. As you can see, this site is extremely well shielded from neighbors. So certainly we can go through the line of sight exercise, but I'm very confident saying that this project will not be visible to neighbors.
How big is this compared, as you said that DeWitt's is much larger than this there?
Actually, DeWitt's project is smaller than this. It's about 2 megawatts. So this project would be about twice the size.
Oh, okay. I thought you said that theirs was larger in acreage or not. Maybe you didn't say the size, but so what is this in acreage?
So this project involves 13 acres of disturbed area. And, you know, this is obviously pending a more fulsome site plan, but estimated at this point to be about 25 acres total. 20 to 25.
It's good size. Let's see. So you have the pilot, which would be based on these calculations you gave, and that's of course separate from the lease payments, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah.
So there'd be 2 sources of revenue stream for the town.
I have a question.
Sure.
Without the light blue area, would it still produce 4 megawatts or more megawatts, or would it go down?
So that light blue area would be the full 4 megawatts. So we would go down slightly.
It would go down.
I would say maybe 15%.
Okay. And then, so we have the rent payments, pilot payments, and then the town could get electricity through this and save 10% in that way as well? Or like, how do we haven't done our benchmarking yet, so we need to figure out how much energy we're using and then how we can save on our energy costs for the town.
That's correct. So we did look at the utility information. We had 12 months of utility bills provided by the town. And by my calculations, the town could use approximately 10% of the output of this array, meaning that 90% of the balance would be made available to other subscribers within the utility zone.
Okay.
So yes, the town could subscribe, just as households within the town could subscribe and receive that 10% bill.
Okay.
When you say the town, Chris, you're talking about town hall? Are you talking about residents?
I'm talking about the town facilities. So town hall, highway garage, street lighting accounts. We had all the utility bills for all the meters that are owned by the town.
Well, the police is they're in the village of, they're in the village's building, so that wouldn't provide for us.
Unless they signed up.
Right.
Then they're saving money, so they don't have to charge us as much.
Yeah, right. Question for you.
Could all sign up too. It wouldn't have to be just us.
Yeah. Chris, question for you. And I just need clarification. As far as the DeWitt solar that they have now, okay, how is that working? Is that just providing for the town of DeWitt and their residents? And why couldn't we hook onto that instead of having our own?
Good question. The DeWitt project is only for town facilities. So they size that array to service town hall, highway garage. They have water pumping facilities and so forth.
Thank you. I just was curious on that. Okay.
And I have, because the project's so big and we're collaborating with so many different partners, which is great.
Yeah.
How does that work with, I mean, like, because there's so many at one time happening. How does that work? Where do we fit in there?
Good question.
That's a good question. So we're hoping to break ground on the Skinny Atlas project this spring. So that'll be our first project. Then we have a handful of smaller projects. The Skinny Atlas project is 1 megawatt. Then we have a series of projects that are below the megawatt threshold, which will be developed together as a group. And then following on those, we have some larger projects, the city of Auburn, Cayuga County, town of Elbridge, that are sort of a little bit ahead of you. But, you know, I guess I'll say, having gone through this process now with several dozen communities, really the biggest thing controlling the timeline at this point in the process is you as the landowner. And how comfortable you are sort of giving us the green light to move forward with the next steps. After that, you know, again, we go into the utility process, which is prescribed. They have a certain amount of time to do their work. But, you know, I've seen communities come to us fairly late in the game and leapfrog many other communities.
Yeah, I see here, Chris, that there's there's Clay, there's Cicero, and you know, we have supervisors meetings, well, lately every week, Zoom meetings, and I'd certainly like to reach out to them, as you know, to talk with them about this, you know, their feelings on this, get some input from them too.
We certainly recommend that. You know, I'll say Damian Ulatowski has been a wonderful supporter, as is Vern Richardson over in Elbridge.
Oh yeah, Vern. Yeah. Okay. And Cicero is now, yeah, Bill. Yeah.
Cicero is one of the projects we've kind of put on hold for the time being. We had some issues around utility interconnection at their landfill.
Interesting.
And so that one's been put on pause.
Okay. In town of Salina too. Okay.
Town of Salina is also on pause because they have issues with the EPA regarding possible need to open up their landfill or portions of their landfill to deal with the Lay Creek dredge issue.
Gotcha. Okay. That's very helpful. Yeah, yeah. So when you choose, I know you said this is more of a desktop shot right now. It's not you haven't been up there to really give the final location, correct?
That's right.
Yeah. So you would have access to any portion on the landfill based on, of course, what you know, DEC approves and so on. That's correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. All right. Okay. Just some basic questions there.
Yeah, I think, you know, what you're doing at this point would be giving the green light to the concept, with, you know, some of the details to be worked out as we get into more of the engineering.
Yeah.
So process-wise, you indicated that the next step is to do seeker. So I wonder if we could schedule that for the next meeting and get get the sort of the basics under our belt so that we could even take action on this.
How does public?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
go ahead, Elaine. Go ahead.
How does public input come into this as well? Like, what do we have to do on that sense? Is there
You could, well, there would be no, I don't know of any statutory requirement, but it's certainly something that the town board can volunteer to have public input through a public hearings and whatever other way you want to hear from the public.
Well, also education could be good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it could be a presentation more than, well, depends. It could be both, you know, open discussion for residents. You know.
Chris, the intermunicipal agreement, before you can do any work on this project on behalf of the town of Malleus, that would have to be entered into, I guess?
Yes, ideally, we would have that, action taken on that this evening, if the board is comfortable.
Yeah, I'm not that comfortable with that right now tonight. I mean, I haven't really had a chance to research a lot of this other than tonight. And, I just want to pick some brains a little bit out there, some of the other supervisors. I mean, it certainly looks like a good project. It looks like it's going to generate some revenue. But I'm the rest of the board, you may feel differently. I'm just I feel like I just need to research a little bit more before we just start, going forward with seeker and all that type of thing.
Chris, could you do me a favor? Would you mind just stopping the sharing of your screen so we can, I'm like clicking through individual faces.
Yeah, we're good.
There everybody is. Thank you.
There we go. All right.
So, Ed, I completely understand that this is a lot of information. It's very complex. I think that while it might seem like quite a bit to ask to move forward tonight, this would allow us to begin the process. It doesn't commit us to anything. And I think it would allow you still that opportunity to talk with all the supervisors that are your colleagues that that have entered into this agreement. But the process has been delayed months. We would have had these meetings and been able to take a little bit more of our time if we had done this 2 months ago when we were supposed to start this process, but it was delayed so much. And you and I spoke about this with Tim after our last board meeting, which was 3 weeks ago. So if we wait another 2 weeks to even take this step, it's just we're quickly losing time. And the rates that we're looking at right now in front of us, they're for 2020. The ITC, the investment tax credit, the federal tax credit, is due to decrease another 4% at the end of this year, which would affect how much we would get in a lease payment. That's going to affect the developer, and then that's going to fall to us. That might also make it so they can't offer as good terms for the price of the electricity that they would be selling to the town, which would reduce our savings on that front too, as well as all of the residents. So I would encourage you to ask Chris whatever questions you need to feel comfortable enough to at least begin the process, allowing them to dive in and actually go to the property and look at it. It doesn't obligate us to work with them. And so we were hoping to be able to bring this motion this evening.
Can I jump in a second? Thank you for that, Councilor Creasel. Two things. One, it's incredible to hear about all these projects, particularly from the two solar companies that are really interested in our community. Those are, private owners and private companies that are offering a great service to community members, but really people all around. This project and this concept directly benefits the town and allows us to spend less money and gain. So I'm really loath to slow down anything that would allow us to keep exploring that and get closer to seizing the financial opportunity for the town and for the residents. Especially when we are not, I can confirm this with Tim too, but we're not committed in any way, shape, or form. This is not about, approving the plans, and we can pull out at any time, giving the planning board, the green light to move forward, as I understand it, and that can be clarified. The second thing is there's kind of another issue that's on the table, but not on the table, which is the landfill itself. Philosophically, we have not, as a town board, had a conversation about a dream that and a vision that the town has had in many places for consolidating our operations. And I know that there was a study that I don't know if it's something that we broadly shared, but there was a study at one point in time before many of us came on the board to look at potential places where we could sort of consolidate at some point if we ever needed to update or renovate our facilities. And I think that the landfill was on there as a potential site. But I, in thinking about that possibility, I don't feel as though we're closing the door on the possibility for our operations, I do think that it limits and it changes the possibility of that of a plan like that being on the landfill. But that makes sense, I think, because the landfill is such a difficult place to build and something other than a solar array. So that's how I just wanted to share that, because I don't want to minimize sort of the larger interest in that dynamic. But I want us to be sort of seizing the opportunity and having vision, especially when we have willing partners.
Yeah, no, I'm glad you brought that up, Heather, that you mentioned it, that would be a concern, because we have looked at 4 or 5 different locations for the new municipal building, which would consolidate the courts and the police and the town hall. And if that was one of the final choices, which it seems to be the best, but we haven't come to that decision yet. It's mostly the best because we own it, you know. Mike, I guess you bring up a good point. Would something like this interfere with that progress of, if that's a possibility of building there, would this actually, and it could help, because we could use the energy for that building on the same location, or is it, will it interfere? I guess those are my questions. The other thing is, there's a there's a lot with the IMA, and I know that, and this is again a Tim question, which I know, Caitlin, you mentioned that signing this or agreeing to this doesn't lock us into anything, but I want confirmation on that. I mean, if we decide that, well, this is not going to work out, can we get out of this agreement?
Are you asking me that question?
I think that was to you, Tim, hardly to me.
Part of it was, yeah.
Yeah. Section 12 of the agreement allows either party to get out within 30 days of providing notice. So it's a 30-day out after the solicitation period, which is already over with. So let's just kind of keep in mind what we're talking about here. We're talking about an intermunicipal agreement with the Central New York Regional Planning Board, who has already gone through a process. So this, as we're looking at this, a lot of the things that are in this are already done. The solicitation has already been achieved, and they have found one provider that they felt was the best provider. And it's kind of like us going on going off of a state contract, using the state's process or the county's process. We're using the Central New York Regional Planning Board's process to identify a provider of these services.
Okay, all right.
Is that,
If I may,
that certainly helped answer my question. Yeah, go
if
ahead.
I may, Mr. Supervisor, I just would point folks' attention to Section 9 as well, which states that the parties are under no obligation to enter into any agreement with the solar provider recommended for selection through our solicitation process.
So this is, it's going to open us up. It's going to open up the options for us to explore this further. And it doesn't commit us to having to proceed with any of this. So it actually allows the process to continue. We'll be able to get a lot of the questions that you'll have, and the questions that I have, the questions that Chris has. We just don't have the answers to those yet because the process hasn't been able to begin. So this will allow the ball to finally get rolling, and then we can get answers to everyone's questions. How much solar can we really put there? How much electricity will it generate? We just don't know until we can begin it.
I guess I didn't realize there was such urgency on it. I mean, this is May, and we have another meeting on the 27th, and I just didn't see how, a couple of weeks was going to make a difference.
I guess
that's what I was just curious about,
No, Ed, I understand. I don't disagree with you. I think that for me, it was that we had discussed this 3 weeks ago. And so when I thought about this 3 weeks ago, I thought if we don't move on this in 3 weeks, it's going to be 5 weeks. So I feel like it's already been 3 weeks. Certainly 2 more isn't going to break the bank, but man, 5 weeks just to get one piece in place just feels like unnecessary amount of time. Because
You're learning the speed of government, aren't you, Kate?
I'm trying to help the speed of government. This is me trying to help to improve that a little bit.
A lot of patience, you know, but I get what you're saying. Okay, very good.
I definitely agree
Mr.
with
Supervisor,
John or Karen? Who's
Supervisor.
okay?
I just want to say I definitely agree with Heather on this. You know, I think given the agreement and how it's formatted, I think it allows some things to start happening, but it doesn't really tie us to anything. And you know, when we know that you know there's a line already, and you know, as Caitlin was saying, with possibly not getting as much back from this, I do think moving forward with this agreement does make a lot of sense for tonight.
Okay, all right. Well, I appreciate
Mr.
that.
Supervisor, I have a question. You know, I've been reading, and I'm not a lawyer, so a little cumbersome to understand.
Thank
But
God.
I do have a lot of questions that, I would like our great attorney to clarify. And I am not prepared to agree to this agreement tonight. I think there are a number of questions. I have spoken with at least one of the municipalities, and I would like to speak to a few more before we sign this intermunicipal agreement tonight. And maybe get a list and have Tim review.
I would.
A lot of it is in the recitals, clarification, the different laws that are mentioned, 5G, the general municipal law. I have no idea what that is. So anyway, I just think it's a big project. I don't think another 2 weeks would harm the situation at all, particularly with the COVID virus going on. And I would feel much more comfortable having the opportunity to really review what is here and talk to the other municipalities, what their experience has been or not been. So that's where I stand.
May I just say that I just think that the questions that we have do not need to wait for this vote. I think they can be answered because the concerns can absolutely still be addressed and processes still can still be halted. And so I want us, and we're not going to always have consensus on our votes. We like to, and it gives us a sense of comfort and team, which I hope we will have regardless after we vote. But I think we have to be bold. I think we have to be leaders in this space. I think we have to move forward in a time of COVID when there's so much uncertainty. I think that, this is a time to seize opportunity, not to. There are so many things we can't make decisions on, but an agreement to keep talking can be made. And I would like to, in a moment, I'll consider making a motion to vote on this.
If I could just add one last thing, we've had a few different solar companies come to us, and you've been in on it, as well as Doug. And this is going back 3-4 years, and it looked like a tremendous concept. It really did. When we said, hey, if we can lease our landfill for something like this, that would be to everyone's benefit. And we were ready to go. And I believe, and Doug helped me with this, I believe there was funding, some grant money or whatever that a lot of these solar companies were going to use that was going to use our landfill for that, if I'm not mistaken, but I think the money ran dry or they never did this. Is that, do you recall that, Doug?
I think like Caitlin described, you know, the solar programs, and Chris can chime in too, right? Our experience with doing this with other municipalities is the solar programs, as you go further into the programs, the opportunities and the money that you get back appears to be lessening and lessening. So, you know, we're doing, to a certain extent, time is of the essence. I mean, you know, we've got other communities where we are citing community solar projects, and you know, you may hit the sweet spot and you may not. So I mean, you know, like Chris laid out and Caitlin described, that's one of the things in this game that, you know, you got to be quick, you got to be nimble. You know, that's kind of the name of the game.
I think you have to be wise. Chris, I have a question. Do you have any idea of the estimated annual income on a project like that?
Well, we have the lease. Go ahead.
Chris, you're muted, Chris. There
Sorry
you go.
about that.
Oh,
My dog is coming in and out of the office. So a 4 megawatt array will produce a little under 5 million kilowatt hours per year for sale. And, you know, this is a very rough estimate, but let's say you sell each of those kilowatt hours for 10 cents. So you're looking at $500,000 a year, roughly, in revenue.
500,000.
For Abundant Solar, right?
That's correct. Abundant Solar, as the provider, will have the sole responsibility for selling the subscriptions, managing the accounts with the utility, maintaining the property, and so forth.
And we have the option to, we go into the project together, have the option to work to try to sign up residents in the town for as a priority.
Well, that's certainly something we've talked about with every town or community we're working with. So Janet Aaron in Skinny Atlas is anxiously waiting for us to break ground so we can start a campaign and hold workshops, you know, at the fire hall and perhaps the library and so forth, to make this known to residents of the town.
So I think what I'm going to do, because I feel very comfortable. I feel like this is the best decision for the town. So I'd like to make a motion that we enter into this agreement, that we sign the intermunicipal agreement or the MOU with the Central New York Regional Planning and Development Board.
I'll second.
All right. Any further discussion?
I just wanted,
Yeah, Tim.
I just, clearly the intermunicipal agreement is going to have to be modified to include the town of Manlius. So it'll be the same form, but with the town, and Chris, you'll make those changes?
Yes.
Okay.
Tim, there's also reference to template agreements, you know, the parties and the defined price. We just don't have that information. You know, they talk about significant savings, but has there been any studies done?
Well, that's what we're going to do now. This allows us to start really looking into it and diving into the details. They can't get us that information unless we start this process. I would love that answer too, Karen. I'm same page. I want that answer. This is what will allow us to get that information. They can't just go start walking around our landfill without our permission.
Okay.
Who was the second on that motion?
It was John.
John.
Okay.
Well, I
Um,
guess, Caitlin, I do have a question then. So is it your understanding, and Tim, maybe, that this lease is giving Chris and his team permission to actually study the site?
No, we're not entering into any leases.
It's not a lease. It's
We're
just,
simply
I mean,
entering
it's-
into the intermunicipal agreement,
Which is with the other towns.
which is with the other towns. We would be part of those other towns who would have an agreement with the Central New York Regional Planning Board to, again, use the process they use for their RFP, and to also allow them to come and do additional studies on the landfill to make us understand whether or not it will be real, whether this is a real project or if this is something that isn't going to happen because there's things that are happening on the site we don't know about. So, but we're not entering any leases.
We could realize that our landfill can't host any solar. We just don't know yet. Like, this isn't obligating us. Like, it's just the first step in discovery is what we're doing here.
It doesn't cost us a thing, correct?
No, there's no charge under the intermunicipal agreement. In fact, it says no party shall be liable to pay or be responsible for payment for any sum of money to the intermunicipal group. So, Chris, I'm right on that. There's no cost, right?
That's correct. Again, we received money from NYSERDA and the Department of Energy to put this effort together so that communities could, at no cost and no obligation, just explore the feasibility.
Yeah, I just so you know, and I'll call for a vote in a minute, which I'm gonna not vote for because I feel 2 weeks is not gonna hurt anybody, but I'll call for the vote anyway, and we'll go with what the majority rules.
well, there were two number 12s too, which, I mean, it was a discrepancy.
Two number 12.
Yeah, in the agreement.
And by the way, speaking of that, the second number 12 requires us to designate an official from the town to work with the intermunicipal consortium.
Right.
We would have to do that also.
Okay.
Which I
After
would
this
be
one.
happy to do.
And that typically is either an elected official or highway supervisor or somebody who has, knowledge of the operations of the site.
We could have a couple of people on it, I'm sure.
Yeah.
That would be fine.
All right, well, let's go with a vote here. So all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, opposed? Aye. And Sarah opposed? Karen? All right, well, that's 4-3. Okay, so it is carried. Okay, so we will go forward with the IMA, but I'm still going to reach out to all my supervisors tomorrow.
I would encourage you to do so, Ed, and I'd be very interested in hearing what their feedback is.
Yes, I'll be picking their brains, so thank you very much. No, that was good. There was a lot of good information there, and I know it's been something we've been looking at for a long time, but I just want to make sure it's done right, so.
It is a big project, so I appreciate the split. I appreciate that we're looking at this and thinking about this well and looking at the details of it. It would be one of the biggest projects the town has done in a really long time. So, but I think we'll all as this process continues, I think you'll be happy to see that we're able to actually get more information now and join together with all these other municipalities from around the region to pursue this amazing opportunity.
I agree. Thank you, Caitlin.
Thank you, Ed.
All right, we'll move on here to
Ed, before we move on, somebody needs to be designated under paragraph 12 as the official representative to represent the town with the consortium.
Yeah, Caitlin volunteered that. Do we need one or can we have more than one? Do you think?
It says,
Tim, I understand it's the supervisor's role.
no, it's an official. Designate any official.
Okay, an elected official. I think Chris mentioned that.
No, it doesn't have to be elected. Well,
or like the highway superintendent you mentioned.
An official representative.
Okay, well, again, Caitlin has volunteered
Elected
that, and
too.
she's been right into it, so.
Well,
Yeah.
I think it'd be great. I mean, if whoever on the team has, I think Caitlin obviously has a relationship already with the planning board, which really helps too.
Yeah.
But I think it makes sense. I'm curious to know who does have the most information about how the landfill works or doesn't work, sits there, and the operations.
Well, we've done a lot of studies on the landfill, I can tell you that, so.
Doug probably knows it intimately.
Yeah. It's like Fraggle Rock all of a sudden. Okay.
It probably is.
I'd
Yeah.
be
We
happy
do the
to,
quarterly sampling and we're up there all the time.
Yeah.
Right.
I'd be
Yeah.
happy to help you, Caitlin.
Yeah,
yeah,
they can work
I would be
together.
happy to work with Doug on that. Doug
Yeah,
gave me
that's
a tour of DeWitt's solar array landfill. I still have a hat with Miller Engineering on the front of it. So
So I don't know if I'm allowed, but I'll appoint you to do that, Caitlin. How's that? You know?
that sounds great. I think.
All right.
Count me in, Caitlin.
All right. Thanks so much.
Okay. Yeah, whatever you need.
All right. We actually have one more, or the New York stretches. Do we do that next, or are we going to do that under you, Caitlin?
That's still, I can't believe it's 9:15. We're making these poor guys present at 9:15. But yeah, we've got New York stretch. We've got Chris will be helping us with this, as well as Josh Stack.
Well, why don't we go ahead and do that now, because then we can zip through the rest of us afterward.
Yeah, I will have no other updates. This has been plenty for me.
All right. So we have Josh and Josh and Kevin Stack. Is that right? Are they here too, or is it
I
just
see Josh.
Okay, I'm looking for a new face here. Oh, there he is, right in front of me. There he is, right in the middle. Hollywood Squares, that's how this is, this thing here. Okay.
Yeah, it certainly is.
Yeah. So if you want to go ahead and I've got to get my notes out on this, what I do with it.
Yeah, so I'll go ahead and share my screen. And I think we had just a really brief presentation to share about the benefits of New York Stretch, what it is, why a municipality would consider adopting it. So we'll go through that, and any questions, please feel free to jump in during or after the presentation. But we'll keep it this hour direct and to the point and move right through it. So let me just go ahead and share our screen here. Okay, can everybody see that?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So what we want to talk about is New York Stretch Code. That building might look familiar to some. That's actually the Lincoln Supply Building on the near west side of the city of Syracuse. And that's actually an adaptive reuse of a 30,000 square foot old factory. And that building was finished in 2009. We were the infield quality assurance consultant on it. And it actually would have met New York Stretch, even back in 2009. So we'll talk about some of the features of that building and some of the benefits as we go forward. If I can advance slides, I'll move that. So what is the stretch code? I'm not sure how many people know it or know what it is, but basically what it is, it's a more efficient and readily adoptable local energy code that has been prepared by NYSERDA as part of a very broad and diverse stakeholder process. So more efficient than the 2020 code that actually just went into effect yesterday, May 12th. Expressly authorized by Article 11 in the New York State Energy Law. And what New York Stretch really does is overlay right now the 2018 International Energy Conservation Code, and NYSERDA is developing a 2020 overlay. So it's not a separate code from the International Energy Code, but it modifies certain provisions of that code for higher levels of performance and different benefits we'll talk about. We'll talk a little bit too about the technologies and the systems that New York Stretch would really incentivize, and talk a bit too about that stakeholder process and the public review and comment that went into its development, which was a very robust and diverse process throughout New York. So if I can continue, sorry about that. So benefits. So my dad and I are actually builders first, and as we sat and listened to all the really great solar presentations tonight, we were trying to count how many houses we had built over in Manlius and DeWitt and Fayetteville. And this is one we constructed in Manlius, the town of Manlius, in 2012. And this is actually another single family residential house that would have met New York Stretch if it existed at that point. And so when we built this, we didn't do it for New York Stretch, but we did it for these other benefits. The first and foremost, even before this time of pandemic, really healthy buildings. New York Stretch enhances human health in buildings pretty significantly, and Kevin will talk a little bit about the specific ways it does that. But really, even now, given that we're in this virtual environment during this pandemic, you know, an argument is coming out of the science for building codes and for measures like stretch that buildings are a really key component of our public health infrastructure, that buildings can either make you sick or keep you well. And a lot of that goes even for infectious and airborne sort of diseases and contagions such as the coronavirus through ventilation systems. So there's been a lot of research that's emerged over just the past few months, basically, about how this infection was transmitted through HVAC systems or otherwise in buildings. So buildings are really starting to become a key component of that public health infrastructure. And I think as we as builders and consultants in cities and communities think about how to manage this new phase we're shifting into, tools like New York Stretch become really critical to that. You know, one of the researchers from Harvard would go as far to say that your building will actually do more for your health than your doctor will over a life. So if you think about it, that's actually true, because even before this pandemic, we spent more than 90% of our time indoors. And of that 90% indoors, 60% of that time in one room, which is essentially our bedroom. If you think about office environments, on average, you would take about 2 million breaths per year in your office. So you think about the amount of time that we actually spend inside of buildings and how codes impact health, it gets really compelling to think about how to build better and why to build better. And even the productivity and the economic benefits of building better, whether you're a land owner or a landlord or a building owner or a company owner, really significant environmental and economic benefits for doing it. So talk a little bit about healthy buildings, but then also one key to healthy buildings and one key to a higher quality house, and I say this being a builder, is really third-party verified performance testing and commissioning. So basically, you're verifying that installation was installed as it was specified and as the manufacturer intended. And you're actually testing the ducts and the ventilation, and Kevin will talk about that, to confirm that the airflow and the healthy, fresh air sources and the ventilation is as intended and as designed. New York Stretch actually, along with the 2020 code, gives communities more flexibility in how you want to administer code enforcement programs, because it's a more strict local energy code. You can actually interpret and apply that code with more freedom and not having to go back to the state to ask for variances or interpretations often. And then obviously the energy and community and climate benefits too. So talked a bit about New York Stretch and human health, but really it gets to these components for us as a builder, because as codes have gotten to require buildings to be more tight through, I'm sure everyone's familiar with like the blower door testing, for example, in the current code, and looking at how we can save energy with our buildings. Really the big thing that's been missed, honestly, is human health. So as we've made our buildings tighter, all of the contaminants, even, you know, the flu, you think of other, you know, pre-coronavirus sort of contagions in buildings, actually enhanced rates of transmission in tighter buildings. And you think about the chemicals and the materials that go into buildings, and really all the research is showing everything from radon to some of the flame retardants in carpets or in countertops is starting to accumulate more in buildings because they're tighter. And really the ventilation code and requirements in the different codes haven't caught up to that. So we're kind of back to where we were in the 70s with sick building syndrome, and really observing higher levels of that today. So that's where New York Stretch really starts to focus on not just air tightness or the thermal envelope, but also the ventilation, and making sure that that performs as intended and actually above what a minimum code ventilation requirement would be. given that most code ventilation is really a minimum standard developed to, make essentially 80% of people happy in the space, focused on kind of a subjective idea of what thermal comfort is, but it goes more to health. So at this point, I will transfer it over to Kevin and let him take it through the next few slides.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kevin, and I've worked for Josh for about 45 years now. So I'm going to talk a little bit about HRVs, but I want to start with, for those of you who are sitting home this evening or alone in your office space this fine evening, this may be the most critical mandatory measure required by the New York Stretch Code. So mandatory means that it has to be installed. This is the heat recovery ventilator with the cover off. As you see, what it's doing is actually capturing the latent and sensible waste heat from indoors before you exhaust it out, as it's bringing fresh air in. So a balanced HRV or EV with a dedicated source of filtered, the keyword there is filtered fresh air that captures the sensible and latent waste heat. So let's say if you're sitting home today and you had an HRV installed in your house right now, it will be bringing in outside fresh air at about 45 degrees. It passes it through 2 heat recovery units and a filter, and it would capture about anywhere up to 70 to 80% of the latent waste heat, the stale air that you're exhausting outside, and transfer that to the fresh air stream so you're not incurring an energy penalty. So right now, today, as of yesterday, the 2020 Energy Conservation Construction Code of New York State became effective, and it still allows a simple bath fan to provide the fresh air that our families breathe. This is a critical point right now, especially what Josh just described as the current situation within. So, Josh mentioned we spend over 90% of our lives indoors, and I would say after personally performance testing thousands of homes, we found most often the supposed fresh air that comes in by exhaust-only ventilation is coming from the garage, where we don't normally put stuff that we want in our house, such as cars, fuel devices, and paints and adhesives, or the crawl space, or sometimes the car that's idling in our driveway, or simply a car that's passing by. This is the current code today that was adopted yesterday. So by requiring an HRV or an ERV, an heat recovery ventilator, or an energy recovery ventilator, New York Stretch Code considers human health and performance to the same or higher level as energy efficiency. Health experts have questioned us for decades on how good is an energy efficient home if it has an adverse effect on human health performance. And the New York Stretch has answered that clearly. So this slide here just goes to the verification of the duct testing. Right now, ever since the 2009 code came into effect, we've had to seal our ductwork, and it's proven that over time through multiple studies that simply sealing the ductwork can save up to 20 or 30% of the energy. So to make sure that the system as designed provides the heat and cooling where we want it. This prevents the things that I'm sure most of you are aware of, that some rooms being hotter than others and other rooms being cool. So the race to the thermostat is simply ended with the New York Stretch Code by requiring a verification of the duct tightness test and actually the manual decalculation, making sure that the proper amount of cubic feet of air, heated or cool, is effective in each room in the house. So this is actually the verification that's required in the New York Stretch Code. And it's something that we do all the time as home energy raters and for passive house raters and every other rating system that's out there, whether it's LEED or the National Green Building Standard. This is already a requirement, and we do it. So the verification part, so the HRV and the heat and the ERV that's installed in place is actually verified as to how many cubic feet per minute is actually bringing in of fresh air that's being brought in. So we don't bring too little fresh air in or too much fresh air. So we don't see any energy penalties, providing the actual amount of fresh air that ASHRAE 62.2 requires us. So this is a chart, table in the New York Stretch Code, and the reason we left the 2016 and 2017 code in place is that for the next 3 to 6 months, these homes are still getting built. The 2020 code was adopted, but these are houses that are just being permitted now, so they haven't even begun being built yet. what you can see as you start to go across horizontally, the window U value slowly gets lower and lower, so the window is getting more energy efficient. So the rate of heat loss indicated by the U value of windows is not that great. However, the windows are the weakest point of our building envelope, so they become the most important when we start talking about energy efficient houses. So the 0.27 required by the 2020 New York stretch code is actually not a big lift for builders, because most of the major manufacturers already provide those for our builders. And many of the projects that we test today have windows with 0.27 U values or less. The wall R value is essentially the same, even though we're requiring an R21. Most builders use an R21, and in essence, it's actually cheaper than an R20 today. The lighting requirements enhanced. In essence, it's meaning that we're using a high efficacy bulb. So 65 lumens per watt is a good metric for a LED fixture, and that's what's required in the New York stretch code. The installation of the insulation of the building in the New York stretch code requires a grade 1 installation that has to be verified by someone looking at all the insulation and air sealing requirements and make sure it achieves a grade 1. And incidentally, a grade 1 required for the installation is what the manufacturers call for to achieve the R value of their product. Ventilation, we talked about that at length. Duct location and sizing, it means your duct work and the air handling unit that you have installed in your house is located inside conditioned space. The ductwork is not allowed to go outside the thermal and pressure boundary, meaning it's not going to be in your attic or your garage, where it's going to lose its effectiveness and its efficiency. And there's also a requirement for solar ready and EV ready, which, we get a lot of questions on this, but it's in essence, like for EV ready, we're just providing a capacity in the panel for a 2008/2040 volt, a 40 amp circuit that can be installed later on, and a conduit that goes out to the parking spaces. So these are actually very easy to achieve, and something that's going to future-proof our houses. We've been doing it in our building houses probably for about 15 years now, and it's proven to be very cost-effective to go back and install solar or EV when everything is already in place for it.
So just a few slides left. So New York stretch also allows municipalities how to basically design the code enforcement system and process, because there is more required testing and verification and in-field inspection, kind of the measures that Dad/Kevin just talked about. So what you can do is there's a really nice system that's emerged over the past 20 years of credentialed professionals that most municipalities, towns, and villages say would hire us anyway, or other HERS raters, to go in and do blower door testing for the air tightness metric to achieve at least a 3 ACH 50 before you can get the certificate of occupancy. And so what New York Stretch does is gives communities more flexibility and freedom, the code enforcement official and also the town board and local government, to design the system so that it can be flexible and work for that community, as long as it meets the minimum requirements the state would mandate. So last couple slides. So one way to offset the cost, because we always get that question for a long time. I'll go back to this slide actually. That's affordable development a bit north, and we were the HERS rater sustainability consultant, did all the performance testing that Kevin just talked about on that building. And what we did, starting as a custom residential builder for more than 20 years, was look at all of these technologies that the high-end custom homes would install, because it was very easy to talk about health and performance for people who could afford a $2,000 or $3,000 heat recovery ventilator. But what we did was take all of that knowledge and know-how and looking at these houses and buildings as a system and say, how can you, cost effectively make your investment so at no extra cost come out with a better building that's healthy, with higher rates of fresh air ventilation, better thermal envelope that uses less energy. And so one way to do that is really take some of these technologies that have come into the mainstream and integrate them into a building in a smart way, and make your investment intelligently, so there's really no extra cost to New York Stretch. Because the question is always, cost more than what? And so that's where we always start our cost conversations as example. And obviously minimum code, but there's cost and benefits to code that you have to consider beyond just whatever that financial cost would be. And there's also financial incentives to offset that cost. Chris Carrick on the call tonight is a really fantastic resource for these type of incentives. But just out of an example, there's a federal tax credit for builders of $2,000 if your home meets a certain level of efficiency. We obtain that tax credit for everything we build, and that offsets the additional cost of some of the systems and some of the testing that we need to undertake when we're the builder, that we have to hire that third party to come in, basically look over our shoulder to verify that we've done our job correctly, which we actually like. We don't mind that oversight because at the end of the day, when we give that key to the homeowner, we can say that your ventilation system performs exactly as intended. And we can say there's science that says that that ventilation system is healthier than a code-based ventilation system. And that anything you might do after you take ownership, you know, that will help you through the process of training to understand these systems, but that it's on you, that we've built the house exactly how we promised we would. So there's utility programs. Chris is well-versed in those in terms of the ground and air source heat pump and other incentives. NYSERDA programs, low-rise, high-rise, specific technologies. There's also a website of all current incentives that we utilize almost every week to find out how we can find these sort of tax credits and other sources of revenue to offset the additional costs. Which, you know, it's hard to argue there are going to be some additional costs, but when you do it within a house's system framework, the total cost doesn't have to be a penny more. So last two slides, I'll pass back to Kevin.
And so the federal tax credit of $2,000 that Josh mentioned, if you go through the performance path of the 2020 New York stretch, that automatically qualifies. An ERI of 50 or less qualifies for that $2,000 tax credit, and that's per house. So if you have a builder who's building, so let's say 40 houses, that's a big tax credit at the end of the year. So the New York stretch has responded aggressively to the Climate Leadership and Community Protection Act that was adopted July 18th of 2019. And here are the measures that were codified into law. And clearly the New York stretch has responded to that, and this is the glide path that it's chosen to how to achieve it. So when we start to look at this chart here and the graph, you know, we placed New York stretch on there, and it's exactly where the stakeholders who developed New York stretch had hoped it would fall. So the 2020 New York stretch code is in essence already at the 2020 IE International Energy Conservation Code level. So it's 1 3-year code cycle ahead. And the glide path that it puts us on of 10% more energy efficient every 3-year code cycle meets the intent of the Climate Leadership and Community Protection Act. And that is probably the most important thing that we're trying to achieve right here today. So what was codified in the law, the glide path that New York stretch has met and is going to achieve allows us to meet every one of those measures.
So I think that ends it, other than just really thank you very much for hanging in and giving us the opportunity to talk more about it. This is actually a home we built, Jamesville, Wentworth Drive, finished in, I believe, 2013, 2014. Same thing, would qualify today under the 2020 stretch without any additional measures at all. Happy to talk more about it or share any more information that we might have with it. And I think at this point, what I'll do is go ahead and release the screen sharing if I can find my way back. There we go. So thank you very much for the time.
I think I forgot to mention the 5 to 10 minute rule, but
I don't think anyone has abided by that anyway.
I
So
know.
Also, like if you waited until 9:15 to present, go for
I
it.
know.
Right?
Hey, we're at their beck and mercy, you know, so I get it. Thank you guys. That was really good. I know I have a number of questions, but I just want to throw it out there to any other board members right now if there's anything that you had questions on or comments.
I'd like to invite too Randy to join the conversation because he and I watched the webinar on this. I believe Sarah and Elaine were also on that, but Randy is of course our resident expert on all of this stuff. Significant amount of this is just beyond me. I should definitely never be in code enforcement, so don't volunteer me for that job. But Randy, did you have anything on all this stuff that you wanted to share with everybody?
I think that the concern is in everybody's mind who even talks about stretch is the actual cost of it. As builders, you know, what's the difference between a 400 series Anderson window at 0.31 and now drop it to 0.27? You're talking a couple $100 difference in a window. You put 15, 20 in a house, and there's an immediate cost of $3,000, $4,000 right off the top. Concept is great. I understand exactly what you're doing, but from the builder's aspect, that's probably going to be their concerns on it. You say the systems cost between $2,000 and $3,000 on it to install. Now you have to have a special third party come in, and by the time you add these costs up, we're talking $10,000, $15,000, maybe even more. And in a lot of these homes that you're showing, you're talking $300,000 to $500,000 homes, which that's probably what they can afford. But the general house being built is not at that level. So that's going to be their concerns from what I've talked to some of the builders on that. That's all.
Hey, Randy, let me ask you a quick question about windows. You know, I know this is when new building, new development. When you have new windows installed in your home, and like my home's like 1900 something, okay, do the installers have to follow this these same codes? I mean, because no one really checked the code window of what was put in our house a few years back. How I mean, they tell us about the different, you know, the you know, how it does the value, you know, the heat and all that. Is that imposed on them too?
That's submitted with the planning board.
Right.
What's that?
Absolutely. If they're replacing the whole unit, it has to follow the code that's in place at the time they pull that permit.
Is that right?
Absolutely. So I think to answer Randy's
Well, I
question,
can't imagine what these windows would have cost me if I did them now. It'd be ridiculous, but go ahead.
Yeah. I think to answer Randy's question very quickly is that, you know, being 3 years ahead of the code cycle, you know, we're not looking far into the future when these are going to be mandatory. So we're just overlaying a code that's in place today to what we're going to see in 3 years. And that's what the Climate Leadership and Community Protection Act is going to require. And that's the only way we're going to get there. And I would say, you know, if we look at a payback period, and this has been well vetted out by some of the better energy modelers in the country, is that residentially it's a 6-year payback. So it's not a high lift for builders to do it. And Randy, I'd say right now, most of the windows that I see in place, believe it or not, because they're the cheaper level windows, the glass have a U value of about a 0.28, so they're almost there right now.
I think the concept is great. And I think we're eventually going to be where you're building at right now. I think the inevitable is coming. And I agree with that. But those are things that you'd have to be prepared to answer if it goes to a public forum, public hearing, and these builders come in. Those are going to be their concerns because I'm already hearing it on job sites. Now you say you have to bring somebody in now to a grade 1 for inspection and air sealing. Now, is that something that the code officials go to get training to get to that grade 1, which isn't, it's just kind of what you're looking at and what you're making them do? Or do we now have to pay an additional person with that expertise to come in and look at something we're already looking at? So those are the
not necessarily. Yeah. So, you know, the issue of the grade 1 being spelled out in the 2020 New York stretch code, in essence, says it has to be installed per manufacturer's instructions, which has been in the code since 2006. Mm-hmm. So what now is what they're saying is they're seeing less than that, and it's not being enforced. So the New York stretch is saying you got to get a grade 1 installation. And the training to achieve that is it's a ResNet standard, and it's you get 3 charts to look at, and it shows you 3 different installation scenarios, grade 1, 2, or 3. And really it's less than 2% voids and compressions in a wall system. That's it. It's that simple.
So Randy, let me ask you a question. So currently you follow the state codes, is that correct?
Well, yeah, the state adopts the international.
And this is just the energy portion of the state code that they want to rush forward with.
The stretch just deals
The
with the
stretch,
energy.
yeah. But it's like, what's the big hurry? You know, I guess that's what my question is. You know, I mean, why not just wait until it gets here? You know, I mean, I just throw that out there, you know, because how many other municipalities in Onondaga County are doing this?
Well, so the city of Beacon was the first, I think, in New York to adopt it. There's, I believe, anywhere from 10 to 20. Yeah, no, Onondaga County, none at this point. Because it is so new, we've just begun the process. We've had interest from others, and we're talking about it, but no one's moved to the point of adoption. And, you know, I guess to be direct as a builder, so I'll share my perspective as a builder. You know, those windows don't cost more, and as Kevin said, the insulation is already there. The additional cost is the HRV system. We just did a 1,500 square foot addition in the town of Geddes, $2,800 installed. So the question was, how do we offset that? And so where do we find savings? And it's typically the thermal envelope, because adding more insulation and air sealing is the way to save the money, to downsize the higher cost utility and mechanical systems. And so also the $2,000 federal tax credit, I believe it's a refundable credit. So it's actually $2,000 we receive, whether we've got the income for it or not. I'm not sure on that.
You know, the interesting point here is that we talked to an HVAC contractor that we use, and they do a lot of the higher end homes, Randy. And they're getting calls. I think they put in 4 systems just this past week, HRVs, of people requesting it due to the filtration and the fresh air delivery because of the pandemic. They're asking for it.
I think Elaine had a question, if I could invite her to jump in.
So I just had, well, I wanted to say that with this stretch code, the thing that I really am interested in is the healthy home aspect, especially right now when we're all stuck in our homes and with what's going on currently. So I do think that we need to look into this more, see how much cost is, you know, how it's going to really affect everyone around in the town, mainly in builders and residents. But I do like where this is going. And then too, like they said, right, eventually we will be here in potentially 3 years. So we would be ahead of the game already there. So our code, as you said, updated yesterday to higher standards. And so those are just some of my thoughts.
Who's pushing this? The governor? Is he behind all this? I mean, I know he's really into this stuff. I mean,
this is a nice startup project.
I don't know.
New York State Energy Research and Development has developed a New York stretch code.
Who had
New York?
Who they report to?
It's a state authority, so I would guess the governor.
Yeah, probably the governor.
Yeah, I've got it.
Just checking.
We had.
And I don't think it's a conspiracy to get people to spend more on HVAC systems.
Well, and that's the thing, Caitlin. Think about it. I mean, we have fresh air coming in. In fact, can we even open our windows once these things are installed? I'm just curious. You know.
Oh, absolutely.
All of a sudden, the outside fresh air isn't good for us. You know, I'm a little confused that we have to spend money on an air conditioner, a water tank, a heater, and now we got to pay. Now we got to spend for an HRV for better ventilation, just because the insulation is so much more tighter. There's less fresh air coming in normally, right?
Well, that's
not all houses have cars attached to their houses either.
Well, the one of the things that I pursued last year at my house was to insulate my home better. So like I had these huge, I have a very old home, it's like 1850s. And I had giant, mine's so old, very charming, but very, very, very energy inefficient. Most of my walls don't have insulation. And I had these giant ice clouds coming off the roof of my house because I was paying to heat my home hundreds of dollars a month. And that heat was going right out the roof.
Yep, that's right.
And so it's in my best interest financially, as well as environmentally, to not heat the outside. Just like my father used to say, who left the windows open when you had the air conditioner on? That's what you're doing. So you're paying money to leak out all of this energy that you've paid to generate. Seems kind of asinine. So there were all of these initiatives to reduce the amount of energy you needed to heat your home by insulating it. So due to the grants and the different initiatives through New York State, I was able to get several $1,000s worth of insulation installed in my home at a very reduced rate through a NYSERDA program. So now this whole winter, no giant icicles. And my kitchen floor was significantly warmer. So it's helping my home to be more energy efficient. But what they were learning over all these years, as people started to make these improvements, they were realizing that the air was being kept inside the home wasn't healthy. Like the natural airflow of the energy inefficient homes was actually better for health. So now you're weighing
that bathroom fan analogy that you talked about. I was like, oh yeah, because I'm going to be a little gross here, but sometimes if somebody lets like some smell happen in your home, can you feel like you can get that smell out of a certain space? Is there good ventilation or not? I would say not in most cases.
Yeah. So like we have a colleague in Fayetteville, Pete Worth. His home is like airtight, but that's actually not good for your health. So how do you mirror the public health situation? Certainly we're experiencing one now with energy efficiency. This is the solution, because it's bad for your financial bottom line to be paying to heat the outside of your house in the winter. And so this helps to resolve that. We have a crisis, especially in areas with historically marginalized communities, like the city of Syracuse, where these houses are just pouring electricity out the window. And a lot of those individuals receive money from HEAP. They receive money from the state.
Right.
That's taxpayer subsidized. So if we could all work to make those homes more energy efficient, that we wouldn't have to subsidize the heat bills of those individuals to nearly the extent. But we also don't want to have to subsidize medical expenses, because now health has been impacted by the reduced circulation of the air. So all this is the way it's going. This helps us to be healthier, more energy efficient, and both of those things would dramatically reduce the cost to taxpayers.
Well, I think you've got some good points here, Caitlin. I have a question for Randy, and then I've got a sort of a suggestion too. Randy, I've heard about this, and I know we've talked about it, that blower door test. I think the Stacks had mentioned that. How does that work exactly?
The problem with the blower door test is you really can't get an indication unless you have a sharp code enforcement officer watching the entire process start to finish. You won't know your results until the end, unless you do a quick preliminary. So if you failed the blower door test, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, that you've got to now go back and find the spots that are leaking air, leaking energy, fix those issues to bring those numbers down. And 5 right now is an okay number. It can get better. Like the stretch will bring it to 3. But you've got to do a lot of things now to be super tight to get it down to a 3. The 3 is a tough number. It easily can be done, but it's a tough number that you've got to be on your game to make sure you don't miss a thing. Otherwise, now they got to go back all over again and start some processes on how to figure out, where am I leaking here? Where are the faults?
Yeah. Randy, can I answer that question real quick? So the code is actually, since 2015, it's been 3 air changes per hour. So it is 3. It's been 3 since October 3rd of 2016. And you're right, it's hard to meet that. But the other part of the 2020 New York stretch code is visible verification of the air sealing and insulation. So you're seeing that before things get covered up. And someone who knows and understands insulation and air sealing can fix the problems before the drywall is ever installed. And almost, I'm not going to say 100% guarantee, because someone could come in after the fact and maybe put some holes in where they shouldn't. But we don't have very many failures. I do thousands of blower door tests, literally thousands, not hundreds, thousands. And when we have failures, we can generally fix them quite easily. But the code requirement, right, it's not New York stretch that's 3 ACH 50. That was the 2015 energy code.
Yeah, and to Caitlin's point about affordable housing, we do a lot of this for affordable housing developers all over upstate, and they're the developer is the one who carries the utility costs and pays the bill for 30 years, and they're shifting to basically adopt New York stretch. There's the project in New Hartford, I think it is, or where they're going to shift in mid-design and construction to comply with New York stretch because they see the benefit over the life cycle. So if you look at the first cost of a building, it's probably about 10% of the overall cost of that home you build. So 10% is a big mortgage, there's no doubt about it. But that's only 10% of what you're actually going to pay over the lifetime you own that house. And that doesn't even include the health benefits, where for us as builders, we've been doing this for a while because our objective was do no harm first. And we saw that the minimum codes did not consider human health, that they were minimum standards, even carbon monoxide. Don't buy the CO detector from Home Depot, buy a low level CO detector from a source online, because you will most likely suffer a very adverse health consequence if you utilize a standard CO monitor at the level that it alarms at.
The other thing I think just to add here is that New York City had already adopted the 2020 New York stretch. Sure. They were the first municipality to adopt it, New York City.
Well, that's
Albany's looking at it right now, and there's a place down in the Hudson next.
What you guys are doing now is going to be the inevitable. And I agree with everything you're saying. The hardest thing that we have to do as a government, and again, I'm for it. Okay, we have to find a way to present it to the builders on their level so they understand the biggest thing all they care about is cost. That's it. I still have people putting 15-pound felt paper instead of Tyvek behind vinyl siding. And that's old time builders. That's what we did. My house has that on it. So we have to find a way to slowly, if you look at him, because he probably did it too, right? But we got to find a way to actually present to them where it's not going to be a cost, but the benefits do outweigh the minor cost that is going to be associated with it. We don't know what those costs are. And that's where
you bring up a good point, Randy. I think that we do need to somehow listen to the builders, maybe have, we talked about a informational presentation, not necessarily a public hearing on something else. I mean, if we're the only town in the county that let's go to Cicero, let's go to Salina, let's go. They're going to see the costs are terrible, and that's not going to help us. But that's just my opinion. Okay, I don't know that for a fact. I think what we need to do is we need to reach out and maybe present this to the public, and let's hear what they have to say about this, and let's hear what our builders have to say, and see if, like Randy says, maybe we're fine. Maybe we just need to gradually introduce this, and everybody is, on board. But I just have a concern with it.
I have a point of clarification. Or a question for maybe for Tim, if we're talking about the code becoming the law of the land soon, within 3 years, and we're talking kind of about adopting now or adopting later, do we have an option to talk about a preferred for our planning board or something, that projects that use the stretch code will be given greater consideration or something like that, to sort of encourage and attract stretch code folks?
No, there's no concept in our law that would allow the planning board to give better consideration for first of all, houses are built by building permit. They're not approved by the planning board. They're approved by the code enforcement officer. Right. So
okay, got it.
But I don't I don't see that as, I don't know how we could do that.
Just seems like, I guess it's interesting, the only mechanism we really have here is whether the state, and we're in a situation where we wonder about the state's financial and the country's financial abilities, although we know that infrastructure and building, and we think that that will probably be important in the economic recovery of the country after COVID. But we don't have a way to incentivize moving faster in government. Wow, I wish I had. we're a case study for the Maxwell School right now. Like, how?
So what about just planning it to, if we're going to be the first, let's host some kind of informational meeting about this and invite builders to it, and builders from DeWitt and Pompey and anywhere else can come too, and just have that dialogue so that we know if this is something that's if they're all saying, yeah, we're ready, half of our clients want it anyway, it's no big deal, then we'll know.
We can certainly treat it like a public hearing where we have control over the meeting and we listen to people and give a presentation. It wouldn't be one, but we could certainly be open to that. I don't have a problem with that. Would that be something we could do, Tim, as far as?
Well, sure. What we would be required to do in the first place is pass a local law, which will require a public hearing. So if you were going to adopt the stretch code, it would be by local law, and you would incorporate it into our code.
So you just can't have an informational meeting and
you can do that. You can absolutely do that.
Oh, okay.
Before you go forward with
okay.
local law, you could certainly have an informational meeting and see what people think before you even consider a local law.
Right. Well, why don't
Randy, have the Home Builders Association taken any type of a position on it?
I don't
Not yet. Actually, I was, Well, this is Kevin. I was president of the local at CNY HBR for 2 years. I know all the builders well, and I certainly can invite them and help set up this meeting, and love to participate in it.
That'd be great.
Yeah.
I think it's important to get their input.
Mm-hmm. All right, why don't we do that? Then we can have Allison, you can be the go-to person with the organizing it with Randy and the stacks, and would that be possible? And we'll figure out, some free time that we have to do this.
That was the most enthusiastic head nod I've seen all night.
Well, we're certainly taking it under conversation and consideration. So that's a step in the right direction, I think. So
Yeah, no, I think it would be great. I think it would be nice to have that chance to include other municipalities in that conversation where they can hear this information and we can all discuss it.
I wouldn't shoot for the 27th though.
we can look at June. I'm already.
Thank you.
I'm exhausted at the end of our second May meeting, and we haven't even gotten there yet. So we can do June.
Caitlin and I can take care of that.
What's that?
Caitlin and I can take care of setting something up and getting the builders and some other towns and villages involved.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be at a town board meeting.
No,
that's true.
You could do it any night.
Exactly.
Well, Josh and Kevin did do a webinar. They were planning on, we had them scheduled to come, I believe, on Earth Day. They were supposed to come to Manlius and present. We had gotten everything lined up, but then that never happened. So they were supposed to go to every municipality and present separately. They had a webinar that included, it seemed like dozens of people from around the region. So there are other municipalities talking about this, and I'd really like to be the first. I would love to say we were number one, but I'm all for that.
The biggest selling point of this whole thing is going to be the air quality in your home is going to be substantially better. That's going to be the selling point, especially what we're going through right now.
Okay.
Exactly. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
because for our clients,
I think
our clients,
to what they were saying was that oh, sorry. I'm sorry, Mr. Sack, go ahead.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, Caitlin. I was just going to say, because we are builders and we have to sell this to clients, but both affordable developers and higher end custom clients. It becomes really meaningful when we talk about the connection to asthma or even autism or other environmental health conditions that you connect back to houses and things like when they're too tight without adequate ventilation. And that's where suddenly it's not about money, it's about some other value that's deeper. And I do appreciate the builder's perspective on it being one. And grateful for everyone's time, and would be happy to do the legwork to try to bring everybody together for an informational session separately or however works best for the board.
Yeah, we'll work something out. We got a team on it already.
Why do I feel like I'm on every team? I'm on all the teams.
Caitlin, I appoint you to this.
Sounds good. I'd be happy to.
Well, you and Randy, it's part of the codes thing, so.
Yeah, I've got codes, I've got engineering. I'm just like a party.
Great. All right, well, let's move along then. All right. Thank you guys
very much.
Thank you very much.
Information.
Thank you.
Ed, Mr. Supervisor,
Yes, sir.
can we skip ahead to something? Because if you'll notice, we have 2 attendees in the room, and one of them is Councilor Deere's wife, and the other one is Mr. Dumas, who is waiting to hear us talk about the 2 zone changes that were referred from the planning board. So,
where are they?
So the planning board heard that there's 2, you can't see them, but there's 2 people in the room. And Tim was going to talk about this in his section, but if we could just do that right now, because it's 10 o'clock at night.
Sounds good.
All right, sorry for interrupting.
No,
Go ahead.
That's why you're here.
So we can skip to the attorney section then, and then you could skip me because I only have 2 things. As Allison said, the planning board did provide positive recommendations for both the Brolex zone change and for the which is on Route 92, and for the medical building, the doctor's office building on Burdick. So we are in a position now, if the board is ready, to set dates for public hearings for both of those zone change requests.
Yes, that sounds good, but we're going out a couple meetings, right? I'm thinking. The 10th? Or is that too soon? The only reason I know that, it's our anniversary. I'm telling you.
He's got a book right here that she's looking at.
You know the dates of your anniversary and how they align with your board meetings?
Well, I do now. June 10th.
I've sort of started to plot everything out. So because on what we have going, I did have these put in for the next meeting, so we have room for them.
Okay.
They would be the initial public hearings, and then we'd of course we'd hold them open. So that's up to you guys.
So that'll be.
I would be willing, on the medical building in particular, the design did not change from what we saw. The Brolex property, the design did change between our meeting and the planning board meeting. So I guess I'd like to ask the board if you want to keep these 2 marching together, or whether you'd like to have the Brolex at a different time.
Thank you, Sarah. I also have that concern.
I think that I generally agree with what Sarah just said. So I'd be comfortable with doing the medical property at the end of May, and maybe giving us some more time to review the Brolex one, and maybe not have, we did a whole solar night and that was really fun, but even I got a little exhausted by solar, and I'm solar, Kate, that takes a lot for me. So maybe we could split them up, do one in May and one in early June.
That's fine. We need a motion to.
I'll make a motion to hold the public hearing for the medical office building on May 27th.
Okay.
6:45 we're at.
Okay.
At 6:45 p.m.
Second it.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Go ahead.
I'll make a motion to hold a public hearing on June 10th Mr. Supervisor's anniversary for the Brolex property right off Route 92. And
What
that
time
would
would that be, Allison?
That one, that's our first that's
Okay.
on there, so you could just do 6:35.
6:35.
at 6:35.
And it's also my wedding anniversary, but I'm not married to Mr. Theobald.
I'm so glad you clarified that,
I
Sarah.
forgot
Thank
about that, Sarah. That's funny.
What's going on? That would be the front of the lab.
Oh, boy.
It is way
We're
too
both
late.
from
in the evening.
Casanova, if that matters.
Well, then we'll try to make it a short night, Sarah.
I was gonna say we can't be doing this till 11 o'clock if it's both of their anniversaries. Like,
All right, very good, Tim. Anything else that you had?
yeah, we needed a second on that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Second,
Okay,
second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Okay, good. Go ahead, Tim. Did you have?
That's all I have.
Okay.
All right.
Can we swing back up to Rob? Rob's still here? There he is. You're on mute. There you go.
I
How's
got you
the
here, guys.
snow going, Rob?
Actually, I'm going to go on to a full dissertation tonight about CHIPS funding for Allison. So,
Nope. No,
No.
guys,
no. That will be the end of our friendship.
actually, I don't have anything more this evening. Only quick thing is I have an executive committee meeting with the association on the 27th. I hope at that time we'll get some more information on the CHIPS funding as far as when the letters are going to be released and if there are going to be any significant cuts across the board. A little bit of good news today on the sales revenue, the loss of sales revenue. I think there was some anticipation, at least by the Highway Superintendents Association and our lobbyists. We're figuring about a 10%. Right now, the state just released their numbers today at 1.7. So it's a lot less than what we anticipated. So those are good things, and everyone hopefully is going to be going back to work here soon. So just to have a little bright light on everything here tonight. But other than that, I'm good, guys. Thanks.
Okay, very good. Thanks, Rob. All right.
No,
Randy?
I have nothing.
Randy has nothing? How about Doug?
No,
Did you
no,
have
no.
anything?
I thought it was my turn. Randy has
No,
something.
I've got you yet. Randy or Doug? Did you? I know you do, Randy, right?
Randy, you don't have anything, do you? Come on, man.
He's muted. Hang on.
I think he has an ISO report to give us.
You're muted, Randy.
You're muted.
You're
How's
so.
it-
Oh, there you go.
Give us the ISO report. This is great news.
Yeah, we're obviously we're starting to pick up. People are starting to do more work out there. We're making some arrangements in the office to get everything accomplished. So that's being taken care of separately. But late today, we got the ISO report back. I didn't get a chance to give it back to everybody. The bottom line gist is we were a 9. The 10's the worst you can get. We were a 9. From what we've changed in the last few years since I came here with the new technologies, how we're doing business, how we're reviewing all the different plans, etc. We just got ours for commercial, residential. We went all the way down to a 3.
Yay!
Congratulations, Randy.
Thank you so much. That's incredible.
Good for you.
Some things that are beyond our control that we can't get to a 1 or 2, that we just can't get there. So we're pretty close to as low as we can without getting tornadoes and acting on those things and stuff. But we're fairly as low as we can get.
Good for you,
That's
Randy.
great. Yeah, and we got a nice letter, which we'll get out to everybody. And there was an evaluation, which was about 90
Nice.
pages, which forget about reading that. It was nuts.
You've
No.
got free time, Ed. You're just hanging out at home. What do you have to do?
Yeah, right. Okay, very good, Randy. And Doug, are we all set with the MS4?
Yeah, a couple things. The last couple of weeks, we completed the semi-annual report for Onondaga Lake watershed portion of the community. So that's all set. Worked with Deb with that, and it's ready for Ed's signature. Allison and I talked today about setting up a time to solicit public input for the total communities MS4 report. The report's on the website, but we talked about setting a date of potentially May 28th. What did we say, Allison? Noon, maybe?
Yep.
Right? solicit input from the public on our stormwater activities for the year. And that's consistent with what we do every year. So
Good.
I think that's it.
All right, very good. And I think we got, well, you did this other report on the funding opportunities, but that's just for information. Okay. And Allison, you said you don't have anything.
I have nothing.
Okay. Chief, you're with us. What do you have for us tonight?
I'm still here. Happy to report that all of our employees at the police department are healthy. The one scare that we had, testing came back negative, so the employee should be returning to work soon.
Yay. Oh, good.
Got a call today from Dr. Desiato from ESM, and she is going to be taking back both of our Cyros for ESM for a limited amount of time because they really have a need right now. So that's a good thing. Of all of our 4 courts, the only one I really heard of is the Village of Manlius. They're back in business. Like I mentioned in our last meeting, they're operating, but in a limited capacity. But I'm hoping that all 4 courts will get on board so that we can start to communicate with them and pass over all those cases that have just been stacking up in the corner for all this time. We too, similar to what Ann mentioned, we have a 4-phase plan in place that we're still working on our reopening. The first thing it'll probably involve is an educational period for traffic. We continue to have a large number of issues with traffic. People just forgot how to obey the traffic laws. So we're going to start with some education and then and eventually get to some enforcement when it comes to some serious and dangerous activity. I made my first phone call today to order the trailer that we'll be spending some time in during the 3-month period, hopefully 3 months only. Period that we'll have to vacate the building. The conditions in the building are not ideal right now. We have no heat. In fact, I wore a jacket in my office for the last 3-4 days. But we're getting through it. We're working with the village and communicating and collaborating, and hopefully we'll get that that program down the road. And then lastly, I finally was working on some updated information or cost analysis and estimate and a quote for some of the IT work that's going to need to be done to move into that trailer. I did send that to the company today. Hopefully that'll be part of the analysis. That's all I have.
Okay. If I just want to add one thing, almost two, last week we announced it was the Public Service Week. I think we put that on Facebook, and I received actually this week from the U.S. Department of Justice that this is the week of May 10th through May 16th is Police Week. And so I received this email from the Department of Justice. They quoted the President's Police Week proclamation. Law enforcement officials have never wavered in the face of crisis or tragedy. During uncertain times, law enforcement officers bravely face challenges and continue to protect the American people. They steadfastly ensure the safety of our communities, providing a much-needed sense of security for our citizens, and our country is extremely grateful for their efforts. So, Chief, I just wanted to pass that along to you and your team there. Okay.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you very much. I will share that with the group. Thank you so much.
Good.
Okay, thank you. Ann.
Her laptop died.
She said something.
But she has nothing. So.
All right, very good. And we can go around the room here.
We really need to. Can we all just say we don't have anything? Like uniform?
Well, does anyone have anything?
Yeah, I just want to congratulate our seniors. They've gotten the short end of the stick this year. They really haven't been able to celebrate and what they're accustomed to, but I just want to wish them all the best. And if they do leave our town for any reason, for additional education or hopefully jobs, they will come back to the town and they'll always remember us. So congratulations to all the seniors.
Okay, yeah, that's very, very nice, Karen.
Very nice.
It's been a tough year. It certainly has.
Yeah.
But you know, I can go. Sarah, did you have anything? Are
I
you?
have just a quick item that the Fayetteville Senior Center is now serving meals on Friday that are take home for the weekend
Oh.
to supplement what the Manlius Senior Center is doing Monday through Friday. So I just wanted to make people aware of that.
Oh, good.
Oh, it's a great example of collaboration. That's great.
Yep. Heather, as long as you're speaking, you have something?
I've got quick things, but I'll run through them. We received the resignation of our tree commission co-chair, Mary Ellen Letterman.
Thank you.
And we will definitely be acknowledging her service more formally, but I wanted to thank her very much and thank Stephanie Grashy for staying at the helm as chair. And as far as I know, I haven't heard otherwise, so she's still there. And next, I'd say we are, in terms of the comprehensive plan, one of the things we need to do is apply for money for the comprehensive plan. And I wanted to thank Doug very much for sending some great pre-work to think about the CFA and offering assistance in applying for funding. It is currently not available to think about applying for yet. So we are watching that carefully, and we're going to get ourselves organized so that we're ready to apply. He also has a drainage study from Muirfield Lane or Drive, I'm trying to remember, that we will need to schedule a time to discuss more formally. And thank you and everyone's patience as we've sort of put that to the side for a couple of meetings, but Doug's been ready to talk about it. And we've talked about it internally a little bit. Finally, I'd like to thank Peggy Kenyon and Christine and everybody in Rec and Karen Green, because we had a good set of, we had a conversation and some exchanges about recreation programs in the town. And we are following the guidance that comes from the state and the county about guidelines, and we will be preparing, if need be, for virtual programming if we're unable to proceed with our in-person programming. And we're just very lucky to have leadership there, and we would love to make sure that we are working together in the case of virtual programming, not to compete with our colleagues that are at the libraries and doing other things in the community, so that we're providing residents with options for as much of the time as is possible and for as many people. So more to come on that.
Okay, very good.
Karen, did that cover it, Karen?
Oh, yes, absolutely, Heather. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And that was very good information. John, did you have anything? You didn't want to just brush over you? What's that?
I don't have anything.
Okay, it's your Wi-Fi. Elaine?
I just have one thing.
Okay.
I'm happy to report that we will no longer be using pesticides at the town hall. I talked to our lawn care vendor, and they were very responsive. Although we won't be saving money this year, but we should be able to save some money next year by going chemical free and protect our environment at the same time. I'll be keeping an eye throughout the season to see if there's any noticeable changes, and if anyone sees any issues, please let me know. But I believe this will create a safer and healthier environment for everyone at the town hall, and it will be also better for Limestone Creek, which is right behind us. I think And also I just want to point out that we know we have a lot of water in the town of Manlius, and so just to remember that what we put on our grass and our plants does end up into our water. So that's everything. Thank you.
So I need to bring my dandelion remover from now on?
Just let me know when that first dandelion shows. I'll take a picture.
They still get pollinated. You're still doing the bees a favor.
Yeah, the bees need those
Oh, yeah.
dandelion.
Caitlin, I didn't know if you had anything or not.
If everyone else is gonna go, I'll just throw a couple of things out, I guess. But I've been working with the Village of Manlius on a big initiative to turn this huge parcel that they had donated to the village a couple years ago into a new park in the village. And so we have a big cleanup on May 20th. That's going to be really, really exciting. So I've been working with one of the trustees from the village, Hank Chapman, as well as a huge cohort of members of the community in the neighborhood that I grew up in. So that's been really fun. And we're going to get our hands dirty. There's some really big tires and all sorts of stuff back there that the village is going to help us to dispose of. And then I did want to just, as the liaison to the department, congratulate Randy. I did meet with him and Lisa about this issue when we had our first get together earlier this year. And they brought me up to speed on why the score was why it was and all the work they were doing to remedy it. So to go from a 9 to a 3 is a testament to, I mean, the ton of work they put into this. So props to you guys for putting in that time.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Tim, I think we had executive session you mentioned to me.
Yeah, we're gonna have to go into executive session to discuss the potential employment of a individual or corporation.
All right, and I don't have anything. I already gave mine in the beginning. So if we have a motion to go into executive session.
I'll make a motion to go into executive session.
Do we have a second?
Bye, Randy.
Second.
Randy's happy.
Who gave a second on that?
I did.
Okay,
Karen
just
All
so,
in favor?
just so everybody who's watching
Yeah.
knows, we're going to go into executive session.
Mhm.
I think it's going to be a relatively short executive session. Then if there's any motions that will be made, we'll be making them back on this platform.
Very good. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. So we just don't touch anything. We just head over and make our
Well,
call.
Well, you
You want
can,
to mute. You want to mute and turn off your video. What number do we call, Tim?
I emailed it earlier today.
Okay, great. I think everyone's asleep, you guys. Except for my kids. No, yeah.
There she is.
Can you say hi?
Hi.
Hey, Vivian.
Aren't you supposed to be upstairs? You're waiting for me? All right, I'll meet you upstairs, okay? Go get in the body.
I can't even call in the bed.
Go ahead, sweetheart. I'll be right there.
Well, hi, Tim. I see you came back, so.
Yes, I'm here.
Tim, I see you in 2 places.
Oh, let me get rid of that one.
Like there's multiple. I'm like, am I that tired or are there multiple Tims like staring at me?
There's something wrong with I'm using my phone for audio because my video is not working for some reason.
So do we vote to go back into regular session or we just left the other?
No, we're back into regular session.
Okay, so I would like to make a motion to engage Barton and LaJudas for a project specific to forming a water district not to exceed 16.5.
And I'll second.
Ed, you're on mute.
Oh.
We're all staring at him.
No wonder no one was agreeing, you know.
I was like, I see you just staring at him.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, opposed? Okay, one opposed, and I have to recuse myself because my son works for Barton and LaJudas.
Oh, thanks a lot, Ed. You're leaving me on the island by myself.
And so it is carried that we will use the motion that Sarah made. Okay, so I'm good with the rest of the meeting. So if we have a motion to,
I would move to adjourn.
I will second that motion.
all in favor?
I second Patty motion. Aye.
I second Patty motion.
Opposed? Somebody better not oppose or, you know.
No.
All right, very good. Thanks, everybody.
Good night, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Good night.
Good night, everybody.